Sa situus para bendisi Iguinay zata Sa situus para bendisi Italonta Sa poco neni na momento Kwa babel songan nuhogu kiridahu Seditu humolungi petomu Zabe namaku ikurasonmu Lo antes di huholungi petomu Konizu para hiasaguamu Sa situus para bendisi Iguinay zata Sa situus para bendisi Italonta Sa situus para bendisi Italonta
KUAM-FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day. Show moral pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day. Show moral pride until I die. Wahoosie Savage K, un representa SD671 production, the whole island of Guam. This is the front line in the racial hub of the globe. Busy traffic, but forever in that slow mo. If you from Daddy though, Chigo or to money, I better know exactly what you're doing, getting groovy. If you from Minalahan, no maybe down in Lesu, you got the chromey smell creeping out your bedroom window. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day. Show moral pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day. Show moral pride until I die. If you from ABT or back road chillin' Mungie Town, you got that pride held high because you brown and proud. If you from Barragata or the Italian Boggle, you probably got those cold caps twisted off your bottles. If you from Sinahanya, PD or Santa Rita, you got the shizzle, the smizzle that make the parties chisel. Guam's like the antidote, like wicked music notes. The only place to be, no matter young or old. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day. Show moral pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day. Show moral pride until I die. Explode my main goal. No fear, I let it go. Let the good times roll. Homie, this is my solo. And Guam's where it's at. Mixing down the fattest tracks. That feel good island music with that bump in the back. Where's all my boony dogs? I'm talking Guam to Mog. Some of us against the law. Some down to take the fall. Stand tall, pursue your dreams. If your cheek come green, it's a daily routine, if you know what I mean. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, tomorrow ride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, tomorrow ride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, tomorrow ride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, tomorrow ride until I die.
The Link. Join the conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Manteni fina no gwin manyay nata Gogo siya Niti Neptune niya Atuda ifamaguonta Fangay rispetu ni urizota Visita islota siya Mariana Historiota Tau-tau Manyeluhu Go-go-go Hamzu Nihita kontra Masyahoti malagu Para udistrosa Todo itanu Nita nadanya Ikanay tasiha Mansamoru Siya
sombras altamak Etsuita saluda antes de niga Radzal dan malak estrellas Durante todo a nogi distancia Gumugubugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi Prebatu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues atan fani bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Tentamiti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria Abiba islas en Paraiona, Parai gloria, abiba islas el Toru y tempo y paz, paraíta, zanginilangina bendition. Contra perigo na vança fuam Deus proteis langom Contra perigo na vança fuam Deus proteis langom
stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Can I take you to a place I call home? Down south in Pneumatic where my family roams. It's a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life here on this island paradise. Yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Sand beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the Izzy. Me scooped out on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Jordan's where you'll find me. Or down in Naval Mag with my nails right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the Chelus, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rollin' by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I gotta get some brew, cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade, so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak. And once I get finished, I cook the tatagat, so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, chilling down in the wonderful village of Pneumatic. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we doing down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Morning, Guam. Morning. Morning, Jason.
It's amazing you can do that all in one breath. I am never not thoroughly impressed. And then you're just like, oh, good morning, everybody. I was like, can you at least catch your breath? I mean,
Good morning.
that's talent right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. That's my hidden talent. I've been waiting all my life just to show you guys my talent on show.
That's a 25-year veteran of professional radio. And you know what? Let Chris and I prove without a shadow of a doubt that if your teachers, if they're public school, the nuns, if they say you have a big mouth, that is not necessarily a bad thing.
Right, yeah.
It will benefit you later on in your career.
Yep, you could be that 1 in a million.
How many times did you get in trouble for having a big mouth, talking back, not exhibiting self-control, all that stuff? I got in trouble all the time in school
Right,
for that.
yeah. That was, yep, that was me. Good morning. Good morning, KUAM TV. Buenas. Hey, bananas and toast. Biba, Mr. Moru. Biba! March 2nd, Tuesday episode of The Link. It's all proudly brought to you by Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, Carrier, East West Rental. Welcome aboard. Get on the Link locomotive as we steam through this Tuesday morning.
That's clever.
We're on the ka-choo-choo train on this second day of March already. Wow, February lasted long, though. I felt like February was 4 years long.
See, I'm not crazy. Luz Leonis is saying, good evening, Chris. So Luz is joining us from the other side of the world. Long, deep breathing. Good for your lungs.
It is. Thank you.
Chris Agigi is saying, Hafaday, everyone away from home. Please stay safe. That's a great message, Chris. Thank you.
Right on, yeah. Chris representing the Port family. Thank you guys so much for supporting the Link down at the Port. Hey, good morning.
Oh wait, Chris.
Yes.
Chris, I don't believe we ever got that picture that he said of the sunset the other day.
I didn't know which Facebook to check.
You know what? We have 5 opportunities per week, Chris. So anytime you want to send us an awesome picture of the sunrise, I should have said sunrise. Sunrise down at the Port, man. You know how to get in touch with us, man. We'll always show awesome sunrises.
Anytime, all the time. It's a beautiful morning out there, right, Joe, sir?
Yes, sir.
It is. Yeah, let's open our window. Look at that. It's it's like kind of hazy, right? Is it kind of hazy?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. Okay. I guess it looks hazy.
It is not a hazy shade of winter.
No, it's not. It's March 2nd, 2021. Second day of mess tomorrow. Here's what's coming up on the show. We're getting a bunch of people on this morning. Public Auditor BJ Cruz. I'll do a little catch up. There's an audit they came out about the CARES Act funds, but it was just kind of like real general audit. They didn't really go into the details. So we'll catch up with the public auditor about that. And then there's also this issue they're starting to follow up on with the ethics training that's required for all I think it's I want to say it's a lot of government employees. First of all, it's elected and appointed government employees, but then I know that there's a lot of people at the airport just completed it for Airport Week. Remember we had JQ on, he was talking about that. And then we're also going to get...
Is this just for like management and executive level, or it's even like line staffers? And
yeah, so I'll find out from BJ who has to take it. Okay? Because I think some people aren't taking it. I'm hearing things anyway, right? I mean, if you look around at the news lately, it really seems like nobody's taking it. The ethics training. We're also going to get Monica Dioro, her sister Francesca Dioro, a.k.a. Young Biha, and Katie McManus, founder of Mattress for the Marianas here. We're going to get woke this morning at 8:05. For Mess tomorrow, Jay, they're doing this yoga thing on, I want to say it's on Saturday.
Nice.
It's called Yoga Mala. I don't know if that's Mala or Mala, but we're going to get them on to talk about this and also just the benefits of healthy eating. And, Monica had that cookbook, Fangayasi, which was, I want to say it was like there were some vegan recipes in it.
Yeah, well, and it was
Vegetarian?
actually last year,
Right.
when you and we had this wonderful, like, it was literally a sit-down event at Two Lovers
Oh,
Point.
yeah.
That was to kick off Mess Tomorrow last year.
That was pre-pandemic.
Yeah.
That was at Two Lovers Point. Punta
Yeah.
dos Montes, Biba.
And she was teaching us proper
Weaving.
weaving.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember that, Jay.
And she's a fantastic weaver. I mean,
Oh,
Monica's
man,
like, she's such a sweetheart
Right.
anyway. And then, she's got all of the, I mean, her talent knows no end.
I remember that.
But she did that, and, it's not only the technique and, putting it together and everything. She talked about the cultural significance, the stories, how her relatives taught her that, and, how she plans to teach, like, the young people. So it was a real fun time.
It was really great.
And you know what? Speaking, because it is Mess Tomorrow now, we have a special masterclass series.
That's going on in Punta dos Montes. I know because I voiced the commercial for it.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, you want to roll that, Joe? We have that right now.
Oh, we
can
do?
roll it real quick.
Oh, what's going on? We're calling an audible?
It's the PSA. The PSA spot should be all the way at the bottom of your
Wait, am
shoulder.
I going to play it here, or are you just going to play it there? 'Cause
Yeah,
I don't have
we
it
can
here.
play it over there.
Okay.
Well, actually, if you want to stretch, I can put it in your
Yeah,
box.
I can
Okay,
stretch.
hang
No
on.
problem, Jay. I'm a stretcher. Call me Mr. Fantastic. Or if you're DC, Plastic Man. We're getting Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic School Superintendent, just because Bree's son goes to St. Anthony, and my boys at FD, so we have to bring him on and find out what's going on. Sarah Thomas Netty Dog, Office of Homeless Assistance, coming on. They're at capacity at the Global Dorm in Mighty, and back when we used to have the Lieutenant Governor on, they had been talking about for a while now securing and procuring a second homeless shelter. That's one good thing that came out of this pandemic. There's a few. I mean, personally, I had some good things, really great things happen. But that was one good thing that came out of the pandemic was that we were able to finally, totally house the homeless. Right? That was a silver lining of the pandemic, was that we had a homeless shelter up the Global Dorm in Mighty, but that's full to capacity. So I know that they've been trying to get another homeless shelter, but what they were saying was that, when people find out, when these property owners find out that there's going to be a homeless shelter on their property, all of a sudden they want to charge like $1 million an hour for rent. That's not an FM outlet. If anything, you should be lowering the rent, right, sir? Right? Let's give you a discount here because you're hard times. What's up, Jay?
Okay, I'm back. That's the one thing I love about this show is because I got to run back and forth to my computer about that. I literally.
You're breathing heavy, dude. You okay?
Yeah, well, I haven't got the lung capacity as you. But yeah, okay, so we have, if you go on to KUM.com right now in our promotion section, you can actually see the schedule that we published of our Mess Tomorrow Masterclass series. Now, these are a series of interviews and lessons. So you're going to be able to get interactive with some true masters of local artisanship and see what they do. And Chris and Joser have the spot right now. It's a real quick
bro?
Yeah.
All right.
Ready to go?
Yes, we are. So, yeah, we're doing that at Punta dos Amantes. Here's more info now on the Masterclass series.
Join KUAM and Punta dos Amantes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta dos Amantes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
Cha-cha.
Wow. I don't know.
There's no cha-cha. Sorry, guys. No dancing.
I don't know who did the voice work for that.
Go, sir. You better not be dancing. No tickling in here. You hear me? I'm going to give you a ticket.
I don't know who did the voice work for that last promotion, but that guy's good.
That was all right, huh?
Yeah.
The Chamorro Masterclass series.
Yeah. Okay. And now that you are fittingly excited, and we hope you are. Okay. March 3rd. Again, if you go to KUM.com, check out our promotion section. March 3rd, we have Sina Bernice Nelson talking about hibiscus tea making.
That's cool.
That's really, really cool. And then
you know what's so cool about that is hibiscus tea. It's like a thing that's in the new age in the States. They're all like hibiscus tea, and we have it like it literally grows on tree totally here.
Do you think the hibiscus here you could actually just pick it off the tree and then just make it, or would you have to like?
I don't know if you have to dry it.
Yeah, because there's so many things on Guam you can
right.
do with that. I mean, you can
pop your pimple with that.
No, but I mean you could take calamansi right off the tree and just eat it, right?
We're so blessed, Jay. You know,
do that with star apple. I've mentioned star apple so many times.
Do you know how blessed we are that you could actually live off the land still?
Yeah.
Right?
You don't have to worry about consuming DDT or anything, or
I mean, yeah, of course there's DDT and everything because of the military, but you could still live off the land. I didn't say it was going to be totally healthy because the contaminated. But you could literally go pick a fruit and catch a fish and, you know what I mean? Dig a doggo.
All right, so every Wednesday, right? So this week, once again, Sina Bernice Nelson is talking about hibiscus tea making. Next Wednesday, Hilaan San Nicolas is doing Sanahi carving.
Nice.
When did Sanahis really become like a thing? Like, remember they just like showed up out of nowhere, and then all GovGuam directors, all the senators were having.
I want to say probably it was Ongit. It was probably Ongit Angels, the Defunto Angel Santos that kind of brought it back. Right.
Late 90s then.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why Chamorros have big traps to support that 40-pound Sinai.
Yeah, and then you see.
And also from going, I don't know, Par. What? I don't know.
And then there's also the Sanahi that Sabrina's late father-in-law was making, like the blue shell or
right.
The sponsors.
Yep. No, he is an awesome Chamorro jewelry artist. There's an Instagram he has. Like I don't know, I didn't know it was him, but there's an Instagram where it's actually him doing like crazy jewelry. Like,
Yeah.
man, there's the jewelry nowadays, the Chamorro jewelry that's being made, it's just on a whole other level. Way better than diamonds. Right, ladies? Way better than diamonds, right? You don't need no diamonds. Come on. We're going to get you a spondulus.
Yeah, there's a lot of women out there who's like, I like spondulus. I don't like spondulus that much.
Yeah, you get a spondulus diamond or what?
Okay, so you heard it first here, right on the link, everybody. A Chris Barnett original. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, but spondulus is the way to go.
That's it, especially at Mess tomorrow. 6:34. Also, we're getting Major Anton Uggan from the Department of Corrections coming in. I was talking with him yesterday. We've got this thing in the works, Jay, and it's still early, knock on wood. Also, other media, don't steal my idea. Why am I even going to say it out? But I just want to let you guys know. Remember Scared Straight back in the day?
Yeah. They're bringing it back?
No. God, dude, relax, bro.
Oh, man. No, that'd be great for the kids.
So I was telling Major Anton, I was like, Major, there's just too much crime going on, right? Is it just me, or it's like we're not just in PCOR 3, we're like in PCOR 10 for crime, right? The criminals, they got the memo because they are out here just criming straight up. So I was telling him, I was like, man, Major, I feel like we need to have some kind of like deterrent, you know what I mean? Like some kind of message. So I was like, let's do something where you can get some of the inmates to come on the link and just kind of talk about how it sucks to be in jail. Right? Because I don't know what it is, but people don't really, it seems like they're not scared to go to jail anymore. Because when I was young, I was like scared to go to jail. Totally scared to go to jail. Because I always imagined jail was like that movie American Me.
Oh.
Right?
And you know that one scene that he's talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So that I was scared.
Google that.
Plus, we had Scared Straight. When I was going down at Inarahan High School, wow, there's showing my age there. We had the Scared Straight, and they would bring these inmates from DOC. And, dude, I don't know if it was just the time, because the kids now, there's too much trauma. They wouldn't survive. But they would just come in, and they'd be like, oh, you think you're hot? Oh, you think you're badass, boy? Let me tell you wouldn't last 1 minute on cell block
Because
H.
you know why? Because if you're doing any public speaking, you can always gauge like those kids. And there's the kids that like sit there and they're attentive.
And they're like, yeah. Huh.
And then there's the kids who they're immediately like they put the fear of God in them and they won't do anything. And then there's the kids who are like too cool to care. And those are the ones that get targeted by those inmates and the speakers, and they really try and make a difference in their life.
Yeah, so they would come to our school and they would just give a talk, right? But it would scare the crap out of you. And they don't do it anymore. And I don't know I think it's probably because the kids got like too scared, right? There's probably some kid who had nightmares and the mom was like, oh, no, I'm getting this. So anyway, they shut it down. But I'm trying to bring it back here on the link because I think people need to know. There's just crazy
at Sanchez,
crime going on.
We didn't have like public speakers like in person. Like we didn't have the IRL. They showed us the
IRL.
movie.
That means in real life, guys.
Yeah, they showed us the movie. And remember, I think it took like 20 or 25 years, but then the movie actually became like a reality series, right?
Yeah, Chris says they can't do Scared Straight with the kids now. How are they going to do it? Via Zoom? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I was like, Major, we're going to do it in a Zoom. You eliminate the need. They don't have to be transported or nothing. They just stay right there where they're supposed to be. So that's something that we're kind of working on.
Hey, shout out this morning to Corey Wayne, who's coming to us from Poolsbo, Washington. Way up there.
Where's that, Jake, since you used to live in Seattle?
That's in Pacific North. I believe it's, is that a suburb of Seattle? I think it's on the northeast side, I believe.
Also, Peter J. Salas, Biba Mes Chamoru. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, thank you so much for watching. She threw some hibiscus emojis down in there.
Nice.
Glenn Lujan, good morning, my friend. You catch any snakes lately? Annie Bonds, good morning.
Annie from Texas, where now, fortunately,
Texas,
people are doing well. Yeah.
So is it thawed out in Texas now?
Yeah.
That was crazy, huh? Snowstorm.
I know they lost J.J. Watt, and then a couple days later they got a snowstorm. So
bad month.
Yeah.
Who else we got coming on? Yeah. So and then we're doing.
Zoom. Glenn is actually saying, why don't you call it Zoom Straight instead of Scared Straight?
So that was something that I talked about with Major Anton that I really want to make that happen.
That's a great idea.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Uno Go also, guys, we'll be talking about a little bit of Uno Go. We got this promo code. If you want to get your food delivered, you use Link 100 and your delivery fee is free. So it's delivery free with our friends at Uno Go. We've also got Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. I got something from Burger King here, Jay. By the way, Burger King, they've got the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper, which are both very, very Lent-friendly options. Now, Burger King will only open for breakfast 6:30 to 11 a.m. at Agatnia and Tumon Micro Mall at Agatnia. And Tumon Micronesia Mall location is temporarily closed, okay? And that's due to their, they've got some supplier issues.
But 6:30 to 11:30? That's great.
Yeah, that is.
That's a good land. You can have a croissant.
6:30 to 11 a.m.
You can have those French toast sticks for lunch, which
Right.
is awesome.
Also want to say good morning to our friends from Agani Heights, Stacy. Of course, the daughter of Agani Heights Mayor Paul McDonald just sent me the coolest little... Yes, March is also Women's History Month, Stacy. Thank you. And so on that note, we are getting in the studio Janae Uggan, who is doing the Women's March. She's done this 3 years in a row. And we're also getting Casanova on the mic, who's a musician, local musician, but living in the States. Mm-hmm. And Casanova on the mic, it's all one word, no space, made this song called No Makeup. I thought it was pretty cool.
It is. It's a really, really good jam.
Right. It's a nice positive message about you look great with no makeup. And you do. You do, Jay. You don't need anything.
There's so much like plane shaming these days online. It drives me nuts.
What is plane shaming?
It's basically everybody says basically you have to be Kylie Jenner to even look like normal. Like you have to have 18 pounds of makeup caked all over yourself, and you have to be dressed to the nines, and you have to have your hair like all made up and everything like that. Chris and I basically we're lucky if we comb our hair before we come into work.
God made you so beautiful just the way you are.
There you go.
Totally. So we're gonna get them on. Yes, Stacy. Thank you for that heads up. But I was already on it, girl. And so that's happening on. I think Monday is International Women's Day. Mm-hmm. And so we're gonna talk with Janae. I don't know how they're doing this march, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna involve social distancing and all that stuff. Okay, so that's what's coming up. Again, Burger King will present Cover Me. And then we're also going Link on Location. This is pretty cool. It's coming up also. So our friends, Millie and Carl, their son Terrence, Leon Guerrero, is the new chef over at Pika's.
Oh, wait, that's Millie and Carl's boy.
Yes. That's Millie, Carl. Millie, that's Carl.
Yeah, I've known... Okay, Carl Leon Guerrero. Shout out to Carl and Millie. Engineer at GTA for a long time.
Right, yeah.
And Millie's been in marketing for a really, really long time.
Both I worked with Millie way back when I was at Hit Radio.
Yeah,
way
fantastic family.
So he, and it was funny because I remember she used to bring him to work when I was over at Hit Radio, and he was, of course, just a little guy. Now he's all grown up. He's all grown up. But he was the one of the chefs at Snapchat corporate headquarters.
Oh, he's also got, because I was looking at the video when I was setting up. So he's cooked at
Nobu.
Nobu.
Yes.
Wow. You have that and Snapchat on your LinkedIn. There's a lot of doors that are open for you.
So he came back during the I think when we were in Pecor 3 last year, right before the second surge. And they're doing great things over there at Pika's. Elevated things. We're able to try a couple dishes from their dinner menu. Oh, dude.
So he cooked at Snapchat, right? Right on Santa Barbara.
Yeah. And It was funny because I was listening to him. Bree was talking to him, and he was saying when he first started Snapchat, there was like no budget. And so it was just like they were eating gold-plated scrambled eggs, pretty much. You know what I mean? So it's a really interesting story. What he's trying to do is he's trying to, and he is actually doing it, pair local ingredients with like these high-end imported items. So he'll like pair a really like bougie pork belly, but then he'll marinate it with gochujang and make like a glaze, and then serve it with local corn.
Wow.
Yeah, from Mr. Woostig's farm.
No, the sweet corn.
The elote, you know the elote?
Yeah.
So he's got some Mexican heritage.
Our friend Ernie Woostig, who's always there at the Barragata, the guard
So
base.
the elote, that's the seasoned corn that they put the mayo on, and he made this like deconstructed elote, which basically means he cut it up, right? And he put these seasonings. It was so good. But it was neat because he's taking these local ingredients. Like even pet chai, he has this one dish where it's like a pho with pet chai. And it's funny because it's, super monster braised short rib with pet chai. But it really just matches, and he's doing a lot of things with local lemon, which I think why would you even buy lemon if you try the local lemon? So that was really cool, and I feel like it's totally in line with Mestre because, again, he's using a lot of the local stuff. So that's Link on Location, LOL, and we'll be doing that also on this Tuesday morning. Yes, Jason?
Well, we have a shout-out from the great state of Arizona. Tess Renee is saying, Biba Guahan.
Biba!
Watching from Arizona, who, by the way, have a new state resident coming there very, very soon, as J.J. Watt is now a Arizona Cardinal. Okay. And our friend Sean Gumatauta, who's always like the unofficial fourth anchor here.
Right,
He
right.
goes, since you guys were talking about the Sanahi wearing, he writes on WhatsApp, started in 2003 following the death of Angel Santos, former senator, Chamorro rights activist. More in honor of Angel, who wore it regularly. By 2010, it was fairly standard, so for nearly 2 decades at least, that's very true.
Right.
Thank you, Sean.
I remember there was a big deal when former Senator Matt Rector,
I was just about to say.
he wore the Sana'i, and I remember there was people were like, man, can he wear that? Because he's, he's obviously a white guy. And it's funny because I don't know now if he could, because there's all this cultural appropriation stuff, and I wonder if he would just get shut down.
But I remember asking him about that because before he was a senator, when he was the president of the Guam Federation of Teachers,
right. Yeah.
I was like, hey Matt, do you get any pushback, or do people get in your face about it? He goes, a little bit, but then he goes, when you talk to people, and he says he does it out of respect, and he never does it to say I automatically assume I'm full-blood Chamorro and everything. I do it because I'm proud to live here, because I believe in what Chamorros believe.
Yeah. And then he was also married to a Chamorro woman.
Yes.
So that kind of, 646. Guys, let's do the news now. Good morning, and thank you again for joining us on the Link on KUAM TV, again on our Facebook Live feed. Thank you so much. Good morning on you. And on the Breeze, we're KUAM FM, Agatni Guam on the radio side, 93.9 The Breeze FM. And again, there's an audio stream on Docomo Channel 10. Sabrina Salas-Manzanani, she's in at 8, and that means you get Jason Salas doing the news with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Jason.
All right, good morning, Link family all over the world. This is what's happening today on Tuesday. The Joint Information Center last night reported that out of 121 tests performed on Sunday, a single case returned positive for COVID-19. The island's coronavirus case count since last March is 7,737, with 131 deaths. There are currently on the island 42 active cases, with over 7,500 people having since recovered from the virus. 3 people are currently in the hospital, 2 of them in the intensive care unit, and 1 on a ventilator. Please send your prayers for that person. Guam's CAR score is 0.2. Well, the island's population, about a third of it now, has been vaccinated. 52,027 Guamanians in total have received the coronavirus vaccine, and of that number, almost 32,000 have received the first dose. Just a little over 20,000 people have gotten the first and second doses. Guam is currently short some 727 doses of vaccines. The island's allotment for March of 30,000 coronavirus vaccines is expected to arrive in the coming days. Well, for the time being, Public Health is announcing it will host free COVID testing on Friday at the Estumbo Gym right up the road from us in Dedo, starting at 9 in the morning and lasting until 12 noon. Public Health will offer up to 200 COVID-19 tests on a first-come, first-served basis. No symptoms are needed to qualify for testing. Please bring a picture ID with you. Only 4 people are allowed per vehicle. From the education front, the Guam Department of Education and the Foundation for Public Education will be proudly presenting a press conference later on today at 2 p.m. to announce the 2021 Guam Teacher of the Year semifinalists and then the finalists. The press conference is going to be held on Zoom if you would like to be part of the festivities, but they will also live stream it on Facebook. We're also going to share that live stream on our Facebook page. So once again, at 2 p.m. for the finalists and semifinalists for the 2021 Guam Teacher of the Year in this most awkward of years. So congratulations to everyone who was nominated and will be named as a semifinalist. Well, with the rest of this morning's headlines from the KUM Newsroom, here is our Tyler Matanani.
When it's 10:30 a day, I'm Tyler Matsanani. He's been on the police radar for 2 years, has had multiple convictions, and a bench warrant was issued for his arrest since February of last year. After a controlled bus set up between local police and federal agents, police picked up Nathan Earl McCord Borja and another individual by the name of Antonio Roque Kitagua. With the use of an informant, a controlled buy was set to buy drugs from Borja. That went down on February 25th in Harmon. The informant made arrangements to buy 29 grams of meth. After the exchange, law enforcement then pulled over Borja and Kitagua, who was the passenger. Inside the truck, they found more drugs and drug paraphernalia, over $7,000 of cash, a .38 caliber revolver, a 9mm pistol, and cache of ammunitions. Both were booked, confined, and faced multiple drug possession charges. President Biden's $1.9 trillion COVID relief package is another step closer to becoming a reality to help struggling Americans. The House of Representatives over the weekend passed the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Here at home, local leaders are watching closely the anticipated $661 million that could be heading our way.
Governor Lulian Guerrero says it's a welcomed financial bridge.
And rebuilding it. And so I see this 661 not just as a way to replenish the lost revenue that occurred in 2020 and 2021, but it's also some very well accepted financial aid for future revenues that we still won't be able to get up to speed till we fully recover. And I'm looking at that maybe 2022, 2023.
According to the governor, the federal assistance will bolster Guam's COVID-19 response by providing more funds for vaccine distribution and administration and help us achieve our goal of reaching herd immunity by Liberation Day. The federal aid package also includes $1,400 stimulus checks for individuals earning less than $75,000 a year and boosts federal unemployment payments to $400 a week. Issuing a comment on the House passage, Congressman Michael St. Nicholas in a release stated, quote, as projected, extended relief for our unemployed and reduced hours workers, stimulus for our people, child tax credit refunds for our kids, earned income tax reimbursements, more rental assistance, mortgage assistance, small business assistance, restaurant assistance, local government assistance, and more is moving steadily into law. The Senate is expected to act on the measure this week. Additionally, the Guam legislature is watching closely what's happening in Washington and will be watchful of how the funds will be spent locally. According to the governor, they have been and will continue to be transparent.
We meet every Monday with the Speaker of the Legislature and the Chief Justice and the Mayor, President of the Mayor's Council, so I can personally update them on what is going on. So I don't really agree with this fight for transparency. We have been transparent. There's no need for that. And as far as our 661 million and even the 118 million or 17 million of coronavirus fund, those are direct aids to the states. And it's under the discretion of the governors. And it's very important because the governors are the ones that know what's going on in the government and in administration and as far as revenues, finances, and so forth. So we will continue to be transparent to the people of Guam.
Thousands have joined the vaccination, but according to the latest numbers from the Joint Information Center, Guam is short 727 doses, putting a pause to vaccination clinics this week. As we report, although we're experiencing a shortage, Guam is not only preparing for thousands of doses for our March allotment, but also looking ahead to roll out a third vaccine. Due to a shortage of vaccines, Public Health will not hold any vaccination clinics this week. But things could change if Guam receives its March allotment of over 30,000 vaccines by March 5th. Public Health spokesperson Janella Carrera.
Arrived. So as you know, we did place an order last week on the 26th. That was on Friday. But, you know, if they arrive early, because we have 3 to 5 business days. So it really depends on when they arrive. If the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines arrive early, then we can start planning to schedule the vaccination clinics, especially those who are due for dose 2.
In the meantime, a new vaccine may be added to our arsenal in the battle against COVID. Over the weekend, FDA granted emergency use authorization, or EUA, for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera says this will be a game changer.
About that, once we get our own share of allotment of Johnson & Johnson, how are we going to utilize that? And ultimately now it's going to be that we have to give people a choice, right? And some people would still want to go with the 2 regimen of Moderna and Pfizer.
Governor Lou Leon Guerrero commented on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, saying, quote, "Our island is leading the nation in vaccination efforts, and the addition of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine ensures we reach our goal of achieving herd immunity as early as the summer months. Its single dosage will allow us to administer vaccines faster and to more people, which translates to more protection for our community." Although vaccination clinics are delayed this week, we should note that Public Health is planning to hold 2 free community COVID testing clinics this week. Once the details are confirmed, we will pass along the information. If you're falling well behind in your power and water bills, you need to give the utility companies a call. CCU member Simon Sanchez says while 98% of customers are current, they want to put the word out to those 2% whose arrears are stacking up.
There are a group of people that we're noticing the struggle. We're noticing it's increasing the number of people that are delinquent. The aging, the amount of the delinquency is growing, and we want to grab it, catch it and talk about it while it's small. Owing 7-8 months of power or water is not where you want to be.
He says there are no immediate plans to start disconnections, although GPA and GWA management have been asked to present their plans to the CCU this month for that eventuality.
It's not fair if 98% of the people are paying their power. We can't give free power or water to 2% of the people. We've got to help everyone reach that common goal. So the programs are there. We haven't turned off the power yet, but we're water. But we are encouraging people, please come in and reach out to us if you're having trouble. Let's work out a payment plan.
But the worst thing you can do is ignore the issue. That's why Sanchez says you need to give them a call.
We really encourage people, touch base with us. Don't just blow us off. If we don't hear from you, and then you give us no choice, right? But we don't want to put people in a position where they can't get power or water during this time.
For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
All right, thanks so much, Ty. And as she was mentioning in her report about the Johnson & Johnson coronavirus vaccine, the first doses of the medication are shipping out in the mainland today. The CDC and FDA approved its emergency use this past weekend. It is the 3rd such vaccine, of course, following Pfizer and Moderna, approved for use in the U.S., but the first that requires only a single dose. CBS's Elise Preston files this report.
Workers at Johnson & Johnson's facility in Kentucky packed up doses of the company's COVID-19 vaccine to get them ready to ship out. UPS tells CBS News it will be Tuesday morning before the shots arrive at the sites where people can actually get them into their arms. On Face the Nation, Dr. Anthony Fauci said Americans should not worry that clinical trials show Johnson & Johnson's vaccine offered slightly less overall protection than the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines.
They are highly efficacious in many ways, including, importantly, preventing severe or critical disease. If you look at all 3 of them, they're really very good.
On CBS this morning, the company's CEO explained that some of the participants in its clinical trials were infected with variants of the virus that have become more widespread.
So whether it was the South African variant that we know is particularly challenging, or the P2 variant in Brazil, our vaccine showed 85% effectiveness in severe disease, and it kept all the patients out of the hospital and from dying.
Johnson & Johnson's vaccine is the first one approved in the U.S. that requires only a single dose. It also doesn't need to be stored in extreme cold temperatures, making it easier to distribute.
We think that the convenience, the ease of logistics that's going to represent will be significant.
Only around 4 million doses are in the initial shipment, so it may still be a while before the vaccine is available at a large number of vaccination sites.
The company expects to ship 20 million shots by the end of the month and 100 million by summer. Elise Preston, CBS News, New York.
And for the very latest Guam news headlines, make sure to check us out always at KUAM.com. We are always keeping you informed, and you can find the very latest information up there on our website or our mobile app for iOS and Android. Also, check us out on social media and interact with us directly at any platform. Facebook, Snapchat, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. We are all over it. Check us out at KUAM News. We've got news about the Guam Women's March when the link returns right here on KUAM after these.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hey you, what if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Catch The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. with simulcast Mondays on TV8 and Tuesdays through Fridays on TV 11 from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Chris and Sabrina connect you with the latest news and information of the day. The Link is presented by IT&D, Calvo Enterprises Inc., Carrier Guam, and East West Rental Center.
Hey, good morning, 7:03. Oh, yes, Jason.
Yeah, question, sir.
Yes, question.
Okay. And
Question?
I would appreciate anybody's insight from, like Link found, get ready to type your responses. Glenn, Sean, Debbie, Annie, whoever. Okay. We were talking, Chris and I were talking about in commercial break, right? Because Chris, you have many godchildren, right?
Yes.
You've got a few. Okay. I am possibly going to be somebody's godfather. But when you are the Nino, right? That automatically obligates you. Correct me if I'm wrong in Chamorro culture.
First of all, I just want to apologize to all my godchildren. I know I'm not the best Nino.
No, everybody loves Nino Chris, man. But okay, but when you are the godfather, especially if you're the godfather of a female, does that mean you automatically have? Is it you pick up the bar tab and the cake at the wedding, or you pay for the venue? I know it's one of those.
For your godchildren, you pay for everything.
No, I thought that.
Just for you, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. We're going to we'll get maybe we'll get Paulie Eric on or Father Paul to give us the Chamorro code annotated.
No, I think this was like a Chamorro convent, it was just like people adopted this over the years. But if you are the bride's family, you in stateside culture, right? Like my Halley half. If you are the bride's family, you wind up paying for everything because,
right.
And then the husband will take care of everything going forward.
That just doesn't seem right to me. It's like, I'm going to pay you to take my daughter from me. No, sorry. Should be the other way around.
But in Chamorro culture...
Let's bring back the dowry.
There you go. But in Chamorro culture, I remember somebody saying
I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. Don't.
If you're the Nino, I think it's automatically...
Why am I going to pay you to take my daughter from me? Are you kidding? How about I just beat your ass? And we just call it even. It's 7:05.
So I'm assuming Samantha's not getting married anytime soon, right?
Guys, I wanted to kind of talk about this. Like, we're out of vaccines. And I don't know because it hasn't... The response from the government has kind of been like, yeah, we're out of vaccines. Don't worry about it. But I was just thinking, like, we're out of vaccines, period. There's no vaccination clinic this week. The private clinics have had to pause people getting not just their first shots, but even their second shots because there are no vaccines on this island. And I don't know, it just kind of hit me this morning. I was driving and I was like, wait a minute, there are no vaccines on the island right now. I saw something where it was like 7,000 people are waiting for their next dose. Okay, yeah. And this is kind of funny. It's not funny. First of all, it's not even funny, right? Because we're still doing good. We're like way ahead of the curve with the vaccines because our people are so awesome. The people of Guam did what we had to do to get where we are right now. And thank you guys so much for that. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I mean, you guys put up with everything. The roadblocks, you know what I mean? Really, guys, awesome work. Right on.
Sorry, I got my phone.
I need to reload my applause sound. There's no sound effects in here. I'm gonna get my applause, right?
Nah, we don't need a laugh track.
But there's no cheering. There's no cheering. So, yeah. But virtual cheering. So, yeah. But there are no vaccines, and I remember it was kind of funny when we had Dr. Cabrera way back when we found out that when they had these vaccination clinics, and this was when public health was doing it. If they had like extra vaccines left at the end, they would just give it away, right?
Because he always said that the worst problem could be that we had vaccines that were going to spoil that we wound up having to throw away because nobody got it.
Right. Yeah. But the thing about it was that there was no like system. It's just whoever showed up. And so we heard like, government officials were getting it. I mean, we had a friend who went and showed up out of the blue and just got it. We had a couple of people I know.
A couple of my neighbors, that happened to them.
Just happened to be there, right? And they were like, oh, come on, we'll give you the vaccine. And then we found out in the public health oversight hearing with Speaker Therese Terlahi that they weren't even putting vaccines aside. Because think about it, right? It's kind of like common sense. And I know it's, what is it they say, unprecedented, rapidly evolving. But if you know that, for example, Jason Solis needs 2 doses of the vaccine, you would think that when you give him the first shot, you put the second one like away, right? But that wasn't even what was happening. And when they had that oversight hearing, Speaker Therese Terlahi was able to uncover that at the time of that oversight hearing, I believe they just started doing that at that time. Someone was like, oh my God, we should probably put some aside. But I mean, here we are with no vaccines, so I don't know how well that worked out there. But I guess we're just supposed to be happy that we're ahead of the curve and that we're so far ahead of everywhere else in the U.S., right? And so, yeah, there's no vaccines for this week. They're anticipating a shipment to come in Friday, but I know that a lot of people who are due for their second dose are kind of just like that. They're like, what's going on here? And I know some people who are happy they're not getting their second dose yet because there's a lot of people who are getting the second dose and who are getting, the adverse reactions for the first day after it. So, yeah, I just wanted to kind of crack the mic and talk about that. Like, are you guys concerned that we don't have vaccines? Or are you just feeling like, oh, it's no big deal? Because that's been like the big feather in our cap is that, man, we're really vaccinating. We're getting the shots in the arms, like Dr. Cabrera says. Right? Shots. Now there's no shots. But yeah, I guess just be calm and we'll get someone from public health on to talk about this week. Okay? Yes, Jason.
Okay, sorry, real quick. Alexa Marie, we got some comments right now on exactly what the responsibilities of a godparent are. Alexa Marie said, "Thank you, Alexa." I figure somebody named Alexa would have the information, like the smart speaker. Alexa says, "Ninos get the bar tab, Ninas get the cake." That's interesting. I did not know that. So Ninos get the bar tab, which when you think about it is probably substantially more than the cake. Ninas get the cake. So I guess it's still the bride's parents.
Right. But like the real purpose of the godparents, like, I mean, in the olden days was like if I chose Jason to be the godfather and whoever to be the godmother, like the real meaning of it back in the olden days was like if I died or got killed in the Crusades or whatever, then Jason would raise the children.
Yep.
So when you think about it like that, it's probably hard to pick godparents, right? Because you're like, man, would I trust this guy to raise my kids?
Also, Glenn says, it depends, guys. You would have to discuss the details with the family. Usually it's the band and drinks that the Nino or Nina picks up. But now with having receptions at the hotel, the bar and band tab.
But Glenn also writes in,
That's
and Glenn is like a super rosary prayer. He writes in here, the true obligation of the godparent is to continue teaching the Catholic faith. Also be there should the parents be unable to be there, but more so to ensure your godchild continues practicing their faith.
And that's how my parents raised me. And they said, when my Nina has a very special place in my heart because my parents actually said, and it was a very sobering conversation, is they're like, hey, if anything ever happens to us, Nina's going to take care of you.
Right. And I actually don't have godparents because my parents divorced when I was very, very young, and my godparents were on my father's side in the States. So it's never too late if you guys want to adopt a godchild. Here I am. At 7:12,
I don't think we're going to get Melanie Brennan from CPS to come in and give her opinion on that for you. You're on your own on that one.
Yeah, so, and we did have a couple comments here on the vaccines. Peter J. Solis writes, Guam is so much ahead in vaccines compared to the U.S. mainland. Yes, but that's what I was kind of wondering. And we talked about this when everyone was coming on the link and they're saying, we're doing so great, we're doing so great, we're doing so great. I had posed the question, at one point, does the federal government say, man, those guys on Guam, they're doing so great. Hold on a second. Let's get these vaccines out to everyone else. I don't know, but they're saying they're expecting a shipment of vaccines to come in by this Friday. Which, I was expecting. My mom sent a box for my daughter's birthday. And it came in, and I've been waiting for it for the last couple of days. And it just kind of bothered me to think, like, I'm like Gov Guam, checking the mail, like waiting for that vaccine to come in. And then when the mailman comes, you're like, oh, wait, is that it? Oh, no, it's a dang power bill. So, yeah, hold your breath, guys, but be safe. The main thing is just be safe, especially if you're in that window between your first and second shot. All right? Because you don't want to do anything stupid and go out there and catch the COVID, while you've got one shot in you. 7:13. Let's head into the Zoom room now. Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021, where we have Janae Uggan sitting by. And she's doing, this is the third year. Good morning, Janae.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is the third year you've done this Women's March, which is
Yes.
in conjunction with it's International Women's Day, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. And so tell us, I guess, first of all, a little bit about, God, I wish I'd asked you for some pictures that we could pop up. Do you have any pictures on your phone that you want to send on the WhatsApp, and I could get Jason to pop it up?
I have to look for it. It's a lot. It's been over a year.
Right. You've got all those COVID pictures in your camera roll, right?
I have a bunch of pictures of my camera.
Well, we'll get you on. Maybe will you come back on Monday, like from the march? What time's the march, first of all?
The march is going to be in the afternoon. We usually start about 4:30 and about 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Okay. And where's it going to be?
So we usually have it over at the ITC intersection by the Tumini Mayor's office.
Mm-hmm.
We usually have it there. It's just a nice big area. Last year we had some breathing exercises right after, some inspirational speeches. We just try to keep it a little bit different every year.
So obviously this year is going to be very different because
very different.
The COVID, right? So are you going to have like the mask and the social distancing?
Definitely. I did encourage everybody who's coming down to wear their mask. If they're in the same household, they can wave together. But I am asking everybody to, wave at 6 feet from each other.
And what's the theme for this year? Is there a theme of your?
So this year's theme is challenge. Man, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's challenge the world, or oh my gosh, I'm so horrible at this. It's challenge. I'm getting that right now. So last year's theme was each for equal. So that was really promoting the equality between the disparity of pay wages between the men and women. And this year is choose a challenge. So this year we want to challenge, the international theme is choose a challenge. And they're really just challenging the boundaries and challenging women to really step out there and challenge, society and their perceptions of women.
The societal norms, right?
Correct.
Let me ask you this. So and Biba Mess tomorrow, by the way. Coming from a matriarchal society, right, and we're a little removed from that because of all this darn westernization.
That's true.
But what types of barriers do you think we still have in place here on Guam as far as the advancement of women?
Well, what really inspired me to do the wave 3 years ago was the fact that, as you know, I do a lot of plus size pageants here on island. I represent a lot of plus size delegates who go off island to compete internationally. And what really got me and really motivated me to do this wave was the fact that although our society is very much, is a matriarchal society, I just found that a lot of women, although we're claiming women empowerment, a lot of them are really only empowering each other because they were friends. They really put down women who were on the plus size. They never really gave other plus size women a chance. And so that's why I started doing plus size pageants. And that's why I started doing the wave, because I just really wanted to unite all women on island. It was very disheartening for me to hear one of my girls say that she joined a very mainstream pageant on island. And they told her, I don't know why you even joined when you're too big. You're never going to win this pageant.
Wow.
That caught international news. It actually hit news up in China and Hong Kong because it was it was one of the big 5 pageants. And so because of that, it really got to me, being a plus size woman myself, it really doesn't matter about your size. I think that women should just empower each other. And if I choose to go out in a bikini and a bathing suit, well, then that's my choice and I'm going to do it.
Amen. As a plus size man myself, I totally feel what you're saying there. And just some, as going around as a plus sizer, the comments, especially on Guam, then it's like we're just too open sometimes. I'm sure maybe it's happened to you guys. We're like, hey, Danny, you're living the good life? What happened,
Yes.
boy? You're getting big.
Well, being Filipina, it's even harder, right? So I'm a Filipina living on Guam, and definitely they look at me and the Filipinos like, whoa, girl, you're getting a little plus size there, and I'm just like, yeah, that's right. So it's okay.
It is. So you're just
It's harder for plus size women.
So that's kind of like the challenge you're talking about that's facing a lot of women is where we have the body shaming, right?
Definitely. And that's really the main reason why we started the wave. I just wanted to unite all the women on the island and let them know that it doesn't matter your size. We should definitely empower each other. I have to bring up the fact that I sent out a delegate to compete in a national pageant in Nevada in November of 2020, and she won the entire pageant. She won overall.
Wow.
Madison Cruz, she represented Guam, and she won the overall pageant. And yes, it's a tier B pageant. It's not one of the big five.
Don't
but the fact that
girl,
Guam,
do not downsell it. A win is a win.
well, the only reason why I say that is because, you have other pageant productions saying, well, it's not a big five, but still it's a win's a win for Guam.
There you go.
And so I was very excited about that. And let's be real, Guam has not had a delegate go out and represent Guam itself and win overall since 1980. So that's a big deal for me. And honestly, it should be a big deal for our island.
My Prima Sandra writes in the comments here, what is the march about?
The march is really about women empowerment and just promoting this. It's really promoting women just being there for each other. Empowerment. It's, there's so many different meanings for women empowerment. Everybody has their own meaning. And for me, it's just really wanting to unite the women on Guam. Everybody, let's be real. Every woman in Guam has their different little cliques. If you're not in this clique, they're not going to feature you. If you're not in this clique, that you won't get the type of support that's needed. And I just felt that we should just unite and just come together. There's so many issues, and there's so many things going against not only plus size women but women in general, like you mentioned, body shaming. And I just wanted to be able to show that we can all come together and just, be proud to be women.
When you talk about the cliques, are you talking about like our government?
No.
Okay.
No, this is this is not no relation to government. It's just it can be, you have women who cannot further because they're not in cliques per se. You have women who will never get the opportunity to model because she's not in the skinny crowd. You have women who will never be able to sing because her choice of music and her style is not the norm. So there's just so many different cliques on this island. And, we just want to be able to say, hey, we're all women. Let's just unite and empower each other.
Right on. Where do people go to get info about the march, or are you just asking them to just show up?
Well, right now, there's really just my Instagram page and my Facebook. People can get information there. All of the different local queens I represent have been sharing it on Facebook. I think we're going to make a page for it just because this is our third year. And I want it to be bigger every year. Right. This year, I'm really encouraging the teens and their mothers to come out and just wave and just show them that, we can all come together.
Other than the like the issues you talk about with just cliques and body shaming and body imaging acceptance, what do you think on Guam are some of the other barriers that are facing women here in 2021?
Man, other barriers there. I don't know if I should speak on it, but oh man, Chris, you're putting me on the spot because I want to talk about it, but I don't know my capacity if I can. No, there are a couple of barriers. Definitely work-wise. I think that's one of the biggest ones. Being able to progress in their work profession. That's one of the biggest barriers, because although Guam, I feel like although Guam is a little bit past what goes on, like the difference in the mainland, like past the whole moving forward. I'm trying to say this in the nicest way.
Don't be nice, Janae. Don't be nice. Nobody ever got anything by being nice. Let her rip.
Well, okay, so being a professional on this island, you still have the boys club. And so for a lot of women, it's really hard to get past that boys club mentality where if you're not part of this boys club, well, I'm not going to hire you. I've known some instances where women have been overlooked because so-and-so is their classmate from this certain school. And so a lot of the times women still on island, although I feel like not everybody here experience it. It's a secret and known fact that if you're not part of the boys club, then it's going to be hard for you to move forward. People expect women to be a certain way in order to get certain positions on island. And a lot of the times, women have to adhere to that just to be able to move forward and progress in their profession. And that's something that's not really talked about. It's just a known fact that nobody really, because of course on our islands, like, don't say anything about it. Don't really talk about it, but it's there.
I'm just proud to say that here at KUAM, my boss is a very, very powerful and assertive, confident woman, Sabrina Salas Matanani. And then my big boss, Marie Kawamanj, is also just like a real role model for men and women, I think. So I'm really proud to just be part of this KUAM family where I feel like we kind of set the example, with women empowerment. I just go where they tell me and do what they say. I'm good with that.
You have good bosses.
I do.
You have a great work environment there. We love being there.
Janae, so this is going down Monday. I wanted to close by playing this song. How did you partner up with this Casanova on the mic?
Oh man, Casanova is just so talented. We hooked up with her because she did some music videos for her songs here on island, and she had some of our girls model for her. And from then we just started, I met her through a mutual friend named Cove, and she performed for us a couple times, and I just got to know her. And she's such a energetic and positive young woman, and I just like the fact that she didn't care that she was a female rapper in island. She tried. She's like, I know the odds are stacked against me, but I want to be able to continue my music, which is really hip hop and rap. And I was listening to a lot of her songs, and they're very empowering. And we became friends, and my husband Kevin challenged her. My husband Kevin was like, I challenge you to write a song about women empowerment. And so she came up with this song, which is No Makeup On, which was, I think, a great song. It just talks about how, natural beauty, you don't need to wear makeup. You just, it's talking about like just showing your real face to the world. And so we thought it was a great song, and it's definitely going to be our anthem on Monday.
And let's kind of go into that, because this generation, I mean, this is a song about no makeup, but makeup is like so. When I go on my social media, it's just like makeup. They got like whole accounts for like makeup. There's one how to do
beauty, yes.
There's eyelashes. So I mean, that's part of it too, right? Whatever women want to do, if they want to wear all the makeup, fine. So, if they don't, fine.
Oh, totally. Because I love wearing makeup. I mean, I will never be caught without makeup on this island. Like, seriously, no. But I had to put on. That's why when you called me, I was like, yeah, I'm eating breakfast. That's really code for I'm putting on makeup. I was like, my husband's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm going to put on makeup. I'm not going to Zoom with no makeup.
Well, Janae, I just want to say that there's a lot of rumors about me and all that stuff, but I'm just proud to stand here confidently and say that I don't have an ounce of makeup on.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. Natural beauty. No. Well, her song is really a metaphor about just being yourself. No makeup on is really about, when she says you look better with no makeup on, it's really like you don't need to be fake. You can just be yourself. You don't need to put on a charade or an image to be yourself. You look better with no makeup on. So it's really about taking down those barriers and just showing your natural self.
But if you want to wear 4-inch fake eyelashes, go for it. It's up to you.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And if you can't do 4, just do the 2. It's fine. I mean, I do.
Oh, man. So that's
the sun's coming up.
It is, sorry. Yeah. You're slowly, your head's been lit up slowly through the interview.
I didn't want to talk inside because my dog was so loud, but I forgot about the sun.
What kind of dog you got?
I have a French pit bull. His name is Pablo Escobar.
Oh, wow.
I was watching Narcos.
That's a real mashup. A French pit bull named Pablo Escobar.
He's the cutest dog ever.
Janae, thank you for coming on. So again, the details, that's going down Monday, ITC intersection around what, like
Yes.
4 o'clock?
We start showing up about 4:30. We're going to wave off 5 o'clock when people start to come out of work. And we encourage everybody to honk, wave, be positive. Don't throw anything at us, please, today. Please just wave.
Unless it's like, something good, right?
Unless it's money or makeup, we'll take it.
Right. So are you partnering up with like Bureau of Women's Affairs and all that for this?
Actually, no, I've been doing this solo for the past 3 years. I'm trying to just keep it. I mean, as much as I would love to, that's great. I really try to keep it grassroots level and not be involved with anything and make it turn into something that
Political or whatever.
Correct.
Right.
I want to keep it grassroots level. This is
Okay.
not affiliated with anything. This is just me as a citizen wanting to empower women on island and inviting everybody to join me.
Right on. Okay. Thank you, Janae. We're going to go ahead and play this song now from Casanova on the mic. It's a song that, God bless you and your work, Janae.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a great morning.
You too. It's Casanova on the mic. And the name of the song is No Makeup. And you got it right here on the link at 7:30. Good morning.
This was for my ladies. Ooh, baby, yeah, you got it going on. Just look into my eyes and you'll see what I see. Ooh, baby, would you stop it? Knock it off. You don't gotta sugarcoat any damn thing. You look better with no makeup on. 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 You look better with no. You so precious, so refined. What more could I ask for? She a diamond, always shining, lover and her flaws. Yeah, she elegant, intelligent, patient when I'm arrogant. Finds the best in all the wrecks. She come with different elements. The strength of a woman, even though she has her troubles. When the world is on her shoulders, yeah, she always on the double. Steady grinding, making moves. Pay her bills, she pay her dues. When she look into the mirror, no excuse, she ain't amused. So just step into my shoes, cause I got the perfect view. She a whole lot of woman, jokes on you, I like that too. Yeah, that go smile, them round thighs, that coke shape. Oh my, blue, black, or brown eyes, love every shape and every size. You got it going on. Just look into my eyes and you'll see what I see. Oh baby, would you stop it? Knock it off. You don't gotta sugarcoat any damn thing. You look better with no makeup on. 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 You look better with no. You got it, girl, you got it. You got the goods, so flown it. Wake up in the morning, show them what you got and own it. Use a dime piece, a masterpiece, the baddest thing I've ever seen. Picture perfect all around, you'll need that Maybelline. Yes, I see the difference, and yes, I am a witness. If I don't testify, I'll never be forgiven. So tell me why you tripping. This was for all the women. I need you all to listen and see what God has given. Don't you think, even for a sec, you a damsel in distress. Take a breather for a sec so we can see how much we bless. Burn the pain and throw the stress. In the room, it's all hands on deck. You gorgeous, sexy, flawless, so exquisite. Yes, you perfectly imperfect. Baby, yeah, you got it going on. Just look into my eyes and you'll see what I see. Oh, baby, would you stop it? Knock it off. You don't gotta sugarcoat any damn thing. You look better with no makeup on. 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 You look better with no.
I really like that groove.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
7:33. That's a song that Casanova on the mic made for International Women's Day, which is Monday, but really should be every day, right? And they're doing a march at ITC intersection. 7:34. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with Public Auditor BJ Cruz next. Right here on the link. Good morning.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
That's Michelle Uggan, one of my favorite Umanicans. They're doing something down in Umatic today, right, Jay? They're doing there's a ceremony in Umatic with the Spanish ship.
Yes, yeah.
7:37. Again, that's Michelle Uggan and Hago Mamis. Good morning. I wanted to kind of just commend the Guam Police Department for a sec here. As I've been noticing that we've been reporting on, they've been doing a few busts with the meth, the crystal meth, the scourge of our paradise. And there was two gentlemen here, I use the term gentleman loosely, who were arrested. And this is a great story by our very own Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Two arrested for drugs. He's been on the police radar for 2 years, has had multiple convictions, and a bench warrant was issued for his arrest since February of last year. After a controlled bus set up between local police and federal agents, police picked up Nathan Earl McCord Borja and another individual by the name of Antonio Roque Kitiguat. With the use of an informant, a controlled buy was set to buy drugs from Borja. That went down February 25th in Harmon. The informant made arrangements to buy 29 grams of meth. After the exchange, law enforcement then pulled over Boran Kitigwa, who was the passenger inside the truck. They found more drugs and drug paraphernalia, over $7,000 in cash, a .38 caliber revolver, and a 9mm, as well as a cash. Is it cash or cachet, Jay? C-A-C-H-E.
Cachet.
Is it? A cachet of... Sounds fancier when it's cachet, right? When you say like a cachet, you imagine them with a little Louis Vuitton, you know, those little like man purse things. But they had a cachet of ammunition. Both were booked, confined, and faced multiple drug possession charges. So this is like they've done a couple of these controlled buy busts over the last couple weeks. So I just want to kind of pat them on the back a little bit, because we're always talking about the crystal meth and how it looks like, you know, with the disbanding of Mandania, that there hasn't really been an effort to kind of go after these like big dealers, right? So definitely want to commend them. And then another thing that we had put in the ask for information to Sergeant Paul Tapau regarding this accident that happened, or it was a crash. I'm not sure if it was an accident or on purpose, over at Jerry Kitchen in Tamuning. And everybody has made the joke. I don't know if you guys have heard it yet, but when these pictures came out, everyone was like, hey, do you know there's a new drive-thru restaurant in Tamuning? Yeah, it's Jerry Kitchen. Get it? Drive-thru. I love our sense of humor. We have the best sense of humor. This is the kind of sense of humor we have, especially in the South. And you know I'm a son of the South. I was at the gas station this morning in the South, and then one of my friends came up to me, and he goes, hey, you know, I got one for you. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, you know, everybody knows President Trump's not president anymore. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, yeah, but did you know they hired him down at the port? I was just like, woo, did they? I don't know. I'm going to send a FOIA. I want to know. Did you hire President Trump, Rory? Let me know. Yeah, so with these pictures that went all around, right, it was a red Jeep. And we haven't heard anything. And usually if you have a crash that bad, there's like some kind of, you know, something in the blotter or something, because it was a bad crash. I mean, every time I drive by that area, which is, I have done it a few times, I'm looking like, how do you do that? How do you freaking crash, like go through that parking lot and in that restaurant? Like, how do you crash like that? Is it domestics? Is it what? You know what I mean? So that was it's like, how do you crash like that? But then how do you crash like that and not even get a ticket or get arrested or anything? How, I don't know. But yeah, so we had asked Sergeant Tapau about that, and he had said something was going to come out today. So we'll keep you posted on that, because there's just a lot of rumors flying around about, you know, who's involved, how they're involved, and we want to make sure we just get the official word from the Guam Police Department there. But it is really fishy, though, right, sir? Got a feel for that restaurant owner, because yeah, when you guys drive by there, take a look and think like, how the hell did they end up crashing? And crazy. 7:42, and it was on the first night the bars were open. That's all I'm saying. And I remember when it happened, because I got the pictures in the chat and I sent them over to Sergeant Tapau, and I was like, hey, what's up, Sergeant? Was this like a DUI? Because this happened on the first night the bars were open. And he was like, no, it's not a DUI. So that's what he said. But we just haven't heard anything since then. And, you know, I just feel like that's why I wanted to commend GPD for doing a good job on busting these ICE dealers. But I also feel like there's so much conversation with our local law enforcement about them being dirty and them being corrupt, right? And it's coming out from the federal court. The federal court, there's all these trials going on. They're like, oh, Guam, you get dirty cops, you get dirty customs, who do you know at the port? It's just a lot of talk about crooked cops and dirty law enforcement. So I was thinking, and maybe now that it's PCOR 3, they can do a better job of putting out some good information about the good cops, right? Because they always say, oh, there's dirty cops, but, you know, there's a lot of cops who are good. So maybe start sharing more info about the cops who are good, right? And I know Sergeant Tapau does a lot of great outreach, but they just haven't been able to do that because of the pandemic. And they definitely need it because, I mean, in many ways, with these revelations coming out from the federal court, it really is a black eye for local law enforcement and the image that they have. And so we definitely I want to help, I want to help them get out positive stories about, the good guys in blue, the good men and women in blue. So let's do it. And let's also appreciate when they do the good things, right? You know what I mean? 7:44, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room here on the link, which is proudly brought to you by IT&E, Carrier at 647-COOL. Also, East West Rental. Thank you so much for jumping on East West Rental, as well as Calvo Enterprises at 7:44, Tuesday, March 2nd. Public Auditor BJ Cruz in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Public Auditor.
Good morning, Chris.
I wanted to kind of start because we had Senator Talina Nelson on, I want to say it was last week. It was a really good interview. We had a blast, but she was talking about this audit that you had come out with about the port, and it was one of the settlements. And the gist of the audit was that this employee, was it employee Q? Was it employee Q, BJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, employee Q, the mysterious employee Q, who had been, was one of the Port 7, was reinstated. It ended up, like, through the audit that they did, that he was overpaid, like 100-some thousand. And then they also did some interesting things with the salary increment, right? So when he was, the time he was not at the port, when they awarded the back pay, they awarded it in a way, and they said, okay, so you were gone for X amount of years, and had you been employed at the port for those amount of years, you probably would have got like a super satisfactory employee evaluation, which comes with the highest increment. And so they went ahead and assumed that this employee would have got the highest evaluation and the highest increment, and they added all that stuff in, which is kind of like we talked about before, was one of the first times we've seen something like that. Anyway, so the Senator Nelson is the oversight of the port, and she had some issues with that, and she said that she was going to follow up with your office. So what kind of conversation have you had with the senator?
I haven't spoken to her since I made the presentation to her last, about 4 weeks ago. Just before we released the audit, we presented our findings to her. And she was very gracious in accepting it, but she didn't say anything to us. Gracious. She just thanked us for our work.
Gracious, you mean like she was like, oh, that's interesting, or it was just like, oh, thanks for that?
Well, I mean, it wasn't argumentative. It was, she just accepted it as being a report and thanked us. Whereas sometimes you can get them where they'll respond in 37 pages.
Yeah, and that was kind of the thing that we had talked about, guys. If you remember when this audit came out, obviously they share the audit findings with the body that's being audited, and when they did this, they shared it with the port. The port GM and his, I'm assuming it's his communications people, responded to so many of the points raised in this audit. So many, it was like 37 pages of response. Was that a record, BJ?
Yes, it's usually a one-page letter, sometimes two, right. But it's fine. I mean, I trust my auditors, and the auditors responded to every single one of the assertions, and I'm proud of them for the work that they did. And I'm hoping everybody downloads our app, really, because then
Whoa. Do you have an app?
Yeah.
It's quite good, too.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, it's very comprehensive.
Yeah, I mean, trying to reach out to the community to make sure that we're easily accessible. And as soon as a new audit comes out, it goes up on the app, and you'll know it when it's happening. We released a financial audit yesterday on the Guam Retirement Fund. Last Friday, we released the audit
The CARES Act?
on the expenses of the CARES Act as of December 31st of last year. And this month, I'm hoping to release a financial audit almost every single work day this month, because I'm pushing all of the agencies to make sure that we can get the GovGuam financial audit out by March 31st.
There were some issues with that. By the way, so you have an app. Do you also have a digital engagement manager?
Pardon?
Do you have a digital engagement manager, or do you do your own social media?
No, we don't have our own HR. Well, I got tired of using DOAs because it was taking so long. So I signed a MOU with the Attorney General, who was very generous in offering to have his HR staff review our applicants, and then we will do the final selection.
Hey, so have you heard from the AG's office? Because I know that the port right away after that audit that you came off with, they didn't like it, and they said, "Oh, Mr. AG, can you go ahead and look into BJ's audit?" So have you had any? Has there been any dialogue? Has the AG requested anything from your office?
No, there's been no contact with us. You know, Chris, while I have you on there, you know, with all the financial audits that we're doing and the procurements that we're doing, one of the things I really would like to float, and with you, and hopefully it'll catch on with the senators, is ethics. I'm really concerned about ethics. I mean, I was when I was a legislator, and that's why I passed the requirement that you had to do ethics training within a certain number of months, and procurement training. But now I'm starting to actually think that ethics training should also be required of everyone that does procurement. You know, the government of Guam procurement is hundreds of millions a year. And we have no idea what's happening with these people that are doing procurement. Are they getting something on the side, under the table? In our office, thanks to my predecessor and also to the Association of Government Accountants, AGA, this is AGA month, by the way, so we want to recognize our certified government financial managers. But they require that all AGA members read a 3-page ethics list of practices and sign a certification that they've read it, and they do it annually. And in our office, every January 31st, every single member of the staff has to provide a certified statement that they've listing gifts that they've received from anyone, gifts that are in excess of $250, except for gifts that you receive from your immediate family members. And so I was thinking that also in procurement, you know, there was a requirement not only for the certification of taking the procurement class, but there was also trying to be an understanding that anyone that was involved in procurement also had to file a financial disclosure statement. I floated that idea with a couple of senators, and I'm hoping to float it with you today and the public as an idea that everybody that's, the only ones that have to file financial disclosures are those of us that are elected and those people that are appointed.
Right.
None of the deputies have to sign financial disclosure because they're not elected. The people that are in charge of procurement aren't required to sign a financial disclosure. So we have no idea what's happening with them, at least with the financial disclosures being filed. You've gone through the financial disclosures of the Election Commission, I remember, because you've done all kinds of stories about who is worth what and who's making and how they're making it.
Right.
But I'd like to see that be a requirement also for everybody that's involved in procurement, so that we are assured that they are ethical and they're not doing strange things. I mean, you remember last year, no, it was almost 3 years ago now, where there was the inspector at Public Works who there was about whether or not he was involved in something.
Right.
I remember when I was building my house 30 years ago, every time the inspector from Public Works came down to the house, he always managed to have anywhere from $50 to $200 worth of church raffle tickets that he wanted to sell. I don't know how much of that actually got back to the church, but it was always, I need to sell these. And you're sitting there trying to figure out whether or not you want to get everything signed off today. And so, here's a check for whatever.
The old fundraiser ticket extortion.
Yeah.
BJ, so let me ask you this.
I think
it kind of sounds like you think that
the idea that we require those people that are out there making these mandates on people that are requiring certain things from people that they file financial disclosures, so we know that a inspector who's making $60,000 a year, you wonder how he can afford a $700,000 or $800,000 home.
Right.
But with a financial disclosure, you can at least be able to tell where how that's happening.
It kind of sounds like you think that there's something going on with procurement in the government of Guam that you want to float this idea, which I think it's a great idea. It sounds like, would this be something legislatively, Senator X would have to introduce something to kind of expand it to maybe even include deputy directors?
Yeah.
What does the law say right now about the ethics training, BJ? Who's required to take the ethics training?
The law only requires that those of us that were elected and those people that received confirmation from the legislature are the only ones that need to be file a financial disclosure. So as a result, the directors who are confirmed by the legislature are required to do an annual financial disclosure, whereas the deputies are not required by law to be confirmed by the legislature. As a result, they aren't required to file financial disclosures. And people that are in some of the classified positions in procurement aren't required to file financial disclosure statements or to take ethics classes.
So that's the FDS, is the financial disclosures. What about the ethics training? So you're saying that you want to expand it to include people who are in charge of or performing procurement. Who else in the government of Guam is legally mandated to take the ethics training?
It's just that the elected officials and those confirmed by the
I got you.
legislature.
All right. And so how
And
are
we
we?
have to do it within 90 days of our election or 6 months of our appointment, our confirmation orders. I may have it backwards.
So
within a certain period.
Who's responsible for making sure that happens? Because I keep getting tips about the ethics training and people aren't taking it.
Now that the ethics commission is up, I may let it wait for them, but actually I would like to do a survey, and I've already spoken to one of my auditors about that. I neglected to give him the green light. He had sent me a note that I have to approve that he sends the letter out, and that's why the letter hasn't gone out. But I want to do a survey of all the agencies to find out who's complied. I mean, it's been a while since the election, and so everybody's should have already signed up for the courses.
Right.
I know because some people, I received a message from one of the accountants, and he was saying, do I have to take the ethics class taught by the government? He says, I have to do as an accountant, as a CPA, he has to do 4 units of ethics training a year to keep up his CPEs. I wrote back to him and I said, hey, I'm a lawyer and I'm also the public auditor. I have to do 4 units of CPE for my position in the office, and I have to do 2 units a year for my continuing legal education. But neither one of these 6 hours really meets the requirements of the government, the statute, because it has 10 things that are required that you need to know about the open government law, about ethics, about procurement, all kinds of things that aren't taught in regular ethics courses that the statute locally requires that you have an understanding about in order to to fulfill the ethics course for the local government.
Let's kick it up a notch when you talk about ethics training and financial disclosures and expanding the class of government employees who need to take the ethics training and file those financial disclosures. What about law enforcement? You know, and I watch a lot of law enforcement movies, and in these movies they have what they call like the Office of Personal Responsibility or whatever. And it's basically like these cops who police the cops, and they do things like they watch the bank account if they have any crazy, like, oh my God, how are you affording a mansion and 5 cars on a policeman's salary? That kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What would you think of that? And is that something that would be best handled by like the Guam Police Department or the relevant law enforcement agencies? Or is that something that you think would be more suitable for some kind of like outside entity?
Well, most departments have that within their department, police department. But the Ethics Commission just hired a executive director who gets paid more than any of my staff. So hopefully the Ethics Commission will be able to be the one that finally takes this over and get that going. Because you're right. I mean, you know, you go around and you try to figure out how people manage to afford certain things on what their income is. You know, I mean, the joke was you drive by and you see this mega mansion somewhere, and the guy supposedly is a farm, you know, doesn't do anything. And you're like, how does he make that money? Well, you find out it's drugs. And so, yeah, or cars.
Or cockfighting.
And so,
okay, so
anyway, well, I'd like to float with you this morning as something that you might want to start talking about and thinking, maybe encouraging senators to call in or you talk to about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see who would oppose that.
Expand the training and expanding the filing of financial disclosure.
But how are we doing right now with the ethics training, BJ? If we want to expand it, let's say what exists now, are people doing it? Do we need to make it tougher?
They're doing. I know that they're doing it because the Department of Interior does an ethics training, and I know I spoke to a government official who told me that she had 23 members of the staff, of various staff, taking the courses, and I said it's a good course to take for for those of us that have to do our CPEs for accounting. I said, but please note that that does not fulfill the requirement for the Gov Guam ethics training, because I sent her the statute, because the local ethics training statute is very specific about the number of things that needs to be done. So I know that they were trying to see if that was a way to do it, because with a pandemic, trying to find people to teach the courses is difficult. I mean, GCC, God thank them, they've found people to teach the ethics course. I mean, the procurement courses, but they can't get enough of the teachers to teach the courses for all the people that are required to take it. And now if we're going to do ethics, which entity is going to take the ethics responsibility, and who's going to teach it, or whether or not that can be done just virtually. Have somebody do an online, course with it, and people are just made to sit through the online course, and that way you don't have to hire someone every several months to do the training.
So when you look out at the lay of the land, when you sift through like media reports and just being where you are and having the authority and the responsibility to kind of be that check and balance, do you see a lot of instances where things are happening that if people had taken their ethics training, maybe they wouldn't be happening?
I'm hoping, or at least they'd think about it, because if they thought about it, they'd realize that, some intrepid investigative reporter like yourself will go down to the Election Commission and ask for a copy of all the financial disclosures and go through it and start asking questions like you did a few years ago.
Right on. So that's something we talk about here. Expanding filing of financial disclosures for employees who are in positions where they stand to gain financially, like procurement or, inspectors, or, I guess even certain types of law enforcement. I guess maybe we should bring the Ethics Commission on in a couple weeks and find out where they're at and how they and if they are responsible for pushing that training and whatnot. What else is going on with you, BJ, in closing?
Just trying to get all the financial disclosures out. I mean, last year, Ed Burns and I convinced Speaker Terlahi not to mandate the March 31st deadline and allow us to try to work it through. And thankfully, Ed Burns convened a Zoom meeting of all the financial officers of the government of Guam, and he told them that we need to get the financial disclosure out. I mean, the financial audit out by the end of the month, because the bond market is looking to see that. They consider governments that can issue and release their financial audits within 6 months as well run and worthy of investing in. And so, and I have all the agencies on Gantt charts, and some of them I'm actually meeting with them weekly.
Hey, there was an issue last year. I remember that you said like Gura was taking their sweet time providing you with documents for the GovGuam-wide financial audit. Are you having any issues this year with agencies who are just starting?
Well, no, because what I did at the very beginning of the term, last October, was I got everybody on and I said, hey, I want you to give me a Gantt chart. Tell me how you're going to be able to finish your financial audit by March 31st. And my auditors and I are following up with them. Anytime we find out that they're lagging behind, I get them on the Zoom and I just rail into them. And if they're not getting it done, I get them back the next week and jump all over them about why is it that you haven't provided these documents and why isn't this done? And I'm forcing it through. When I spoke to before Speaker Chilahi's committee last year, I told him, it's like trying to straighten my teeth. It's I'm tightening all the screws to change this. And thankfully, Ed Byrne recognizes the importance of getting it out early. And now we're probably going to have all the departments on a year-long Gantt chart, or where they have monthly closings and quarterly reporting so that he knows what's happening. And I'm assured that the reports are ready on a monthly or quarterly basis so that when we get to September 30th, I know that the next day all the documents go in and we can get them out as soon as possible.
All right, so BJ, we got to run at the top of the hour, but so basically you haven't heard from the AG's office. The port said, AG, look into this audit. There's been no communication. You also haven't heard back from Senator Nelson after presenting the port audit findings. And you're also calling for more financial disclosures, more ethics training for more government employees.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, BJ. Keep in touch. There you go, Public Auditor BJ Cruz. It's 810 KUAM TV Land. Thanks for jamming with us. There's a lot of great programming coming up on KUAM TV. Of course, you can jump over to our Facebook Live feed where we're about to get a special guest here. We have Moniaka and Francesca Dioro and Katie McManus, the founder of Mantras for the Marianas. They're doing, there's a yoga thing that's happening this Saturday, and so we'll go in. Jason's, you're going to put on your yoga pants?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I got my mat, everything like that.
Thanks for the warning.
Breathe in through your nose, out through your nose.
It's 8:11. We're coming back with more next. Good morning. This is the link.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hey you, what if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Join KUAM and Punta Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Let it be known we represent the outer line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize and fulfill our destiny. Let it be known we rep Guam and the scene of mine. Let it be known we represent the outer line. Yeah, let it be known we living out our dream. We keep our eyes on the prize and fulfill our destiny. Creeping around the corner, twirling my flag like a helicopter. I'm repping my language, my culture, so fuck them haters. I'm a Latin stone soldier. Damn, they should've told ya. Been in this game so long, my people call me Totomola. North side, get it, south side, get it, east side, get it, west side, get it. Sa ko the kasi todo sinya pumara. Binamekto tu sa balinggo lingua hinita. Pano kita mo sa representa itano.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Jason Solis.
I'm not sure if you're a fellow broadcaster asking me to start an interview or you're a ring announcer asking the wrestler to come down from like
a little bit of both. All right.
Well, welcome back to The Link, everybody. We're glad to have you on here on a Tuesday morning. And I am bringing in some very lovely local ladies who really care about the community and are doing wonderful things to make sure that we stay healthy, stay mentally stable, and just enjoy this amazing island and the amazing community we have. We have, of course, Muñeca de Oro and her sister Francesca de Oro. Ladies, half a day. Always good to see you.
Half a day.
And I guess I would be remiss if I neglected Muñeca. Who else have you got today? We have.
We also have Caitlin McManus, and this is my niece. Her name is Dylan Irie. She's visiting from South Carolina.
Hey, hi. Half a day, Dylan.
Half a day. Say hi. Hi.
Hi, Dylan. Half a day.
Say half a day.
And then, of course, Katie McManus is here. Katie, we're a big fan of your work, and especially because we are now in PCOR 3, and things are starting to ease up a little bit. Although we keep reminding the community, please stay socially distant, wear your masks and everything. But I just wanted to kind of like go around, ladies, and talk about what you're doing, and maybe start off with this amazing yoga program that you have put together.
Yes, so we're coming up. It's Chamorro month that just started, and we're coming up with a lot of events to commemorate the 500th anniversary of the people of our Chamorro ancestors rescuing and saving Magellan and his contact here in the Marianas. And one of the ways that we wanted to commemorate that is by doing something focusing on healing and on wellness of our people, and really activating and creating intentions for the next 500 years. So we created a Yoga Mala event with multiple partners on the island to have a festivities that honor our ancestry, connect us to this land, and deepen our appreciation for all the history that we've been through.
Very
and
cool.
We have Katie McManus here, who's the founder of Mantras for the Marianas, who will be present to add some sonic healing and the Chamorro language and mantras and chants in Chamorro that will coincide and just add to the overall Yoga Mala event, which is a practice that Francesca can speak a little bit more about.
Yeah, Francesca. Admittedly, I'm a little bit in the dark about this because I've done yoga before, and I remember kind of like doing some research and getting into the whole spiritual side as well as like and the physical and how you're conditioning your body and how you have to prepare yourself. I mean, it is a spiritual and mental as well as physical thing. So when we try and apply this with the local culture and who we are as a people, how have you tried to integrate that?
Sure. So a yoga mala is actually a physical object. It's a garland of beads similar to like a rosary with 108 beads. And in yoga, the yoga practice, the physical aspect is only one small part of the entire yoga practice. So the yoga mala is used in meditation, and practicing the 108 prayers or mantras all in a row is a devoted offering, and it symbolizes a cycle. So you get the sense of beginning, continuing, and completion within one yoga mala, doing 108 repeated offerings of physical practice, mantra, meditation, and pranayama, which is breath. So
and you said
this
108?
yoga mala, yes. So
wow, that makes the rosary look like nothing. That makes the rosary look easy.
Yeah, it really does. But the reason why we wanted to do this event and with this number 108, this is a sacred number in Hindu culture as well as in other cultures. But for us, it's about having a devoted practice and having a really deep practice. So you can go a little bit deeper than you would in like a 1 hour yoga class, and you can really get into the mantras, you can really get into the movements, into that place of divine connection, of a sense of self beyond yourself, which is the ultimate goal of yoga. So this is also about our traditional cultural practices and feeling that interconnection between ourselves and nature and one another through our breath, through our movement, through our prayers and offerings, which is also indigenous to us as Chamorro people. So we're just using the format of the yoga mala, paying homage to the yoga practice itself, but infusing it with our local culture, especially with the offering of mantra. So I'm really excited about how the event's going to turn out, because it's the first time I'm doing something like this. I've done a yoga mala on my own, and I've done a really infused yoga workshop before with Kat Barnett and Jelena Santos, who are fellow Chamorro yoga teachers. So I'm just really excited because I think it's going to be a really transformational and really beautiful event.
No, that is very, very cool. And I know, like, when I was first getting into yoga, I remember noting some of the parallels, between Hinduism and Chamorro culture on certain levels, and then, even Catholicism and everything like that. It's like, there's a lot of things that you can say, we can draw from each other. So Katie, when you came up with incorporating our Micronesian region culture here and incorporating this into traditional yoga and everything like that, was it difficult to do, or how did you kind of like structure this and try and make it? Because I can totally see when it comes to the Chamorro chanting and the breathing and really getting that sense of connecting with our ancestors, while feeling that spiritual element as well as the physical.
Mantras for the Marianas was created to just actually encourage more of our Tautau to send their energy and vibrations towards healing. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the scientific part of this, because a lot of people I've talked to, they're kind of confused. They're like, how does chanting heal? How does doing mantras heal? So all indigenous cultures have used chanting in the past. Our own ancestors have used this to heal. And recently, a scientist by the name of Dr. Masaru Emoto actually proved that our thoughts and intentions can change the molecular structure of water. You need to look him up. He even has a book called The Hidden Messages of Water. And what he did is so amazing. He took 5 milliliter samples of water, and then he spoke love and healing to some of them, and anger and hate to some of them, and then he froze them. And with his microscope and his high technology, he was able to observe that the molecular structures of the water that he spoke healing and love to became beautifully crystallized, and the ones that he spoke hate and anger to became blurry and ugly. And then he took polluted water from a polluted lake in Japan, and he spoke love and healing to it, and he actually cleaned it. So this is not some make-believe thing. Like water, he proved that water has memory. I know I don't know, there's probably kids out there that watch Frozen and they heard Olaf say water has memory and they think it's just make believe. It's actually real. So this is real. Our ancestors and even native people like the Native Americans and all over the world, they've talked about how water is sacred. For thousands of years, they say water is sacred, and they have chants and songs for the water. And sadly, we don't know that many of our ancient chants, our Chamorro chants, because of colonization. So we've created some, we're bringing that back now. Colonization changed a lot of how we think. And I grew up in a religious family, and I still hold on to my faith. But actually, no, and I think that's great that a lot of people in Guam pray, because no matter your religion, I believe your prayers are powerful. Sure. We are sending love and intentions out to the world, and it does heal. So these chants are affirming healing over our land, our water, our air, and our islands, as our islands face more trauma, and pollution and destruction and just everything, and even the people, the sickness and stuff. So we're going to be affirming healing over all our islands in the Marianas and our Tatatanu.
Okay, and ladies, I know, and I believe it was Katie, that you're the one who penned these beautiful prayers. Mantras of the Marianas. You can find them on Instagram, guys. Mantras Marianas, and we really, really suggest that you go follow.
I'm making a Facebook, and then I'm working on the website. I'll have that done by tomorrow.
Excellent.
But yeah, right now we're just on Instagram.
Okay, so I would not do justice if I tried to recite, these prayers, because these are words that were penned by you, and I want to give you the honor of reading them. But ladies, if the three of you can maybe introduce these, I have the videos or the graphics actually that we're going to pop up on the screen. So maybe if you could recite, these prayers that you've written and everything, and then kind of tell, what they'll do to someone, to their mind and spirit.
Okay. Hold on, let me get. So I'm gonna say the prayer. We changed the name from Panaytai to Tanazazut, which is a prayer with intention. And this is the beginning prayer we say before we open up into our mantras. Peri iga litsan, peri iga lagu, peri iga katan, peri iga hadza. Asaina hua ageng hao unisita du pagu nui sagunmu. Asaina hua ageng hao unisita du pagu nui sagunmu. And so we're calling out for the west, north, east, south, and then we're saying, ancestors, I'm calling you, I need your guidance now. And then you repeat that, ancestors, I'm calling you, I need your guidance now. And then we start with the mantras. And for the event, we're going to be starting off with the mantra for the water, and we're going to do it 3 times to the north, 3 times to the east, 3 times to the south, and 3 times to the west, because we're affirming the healing to the water in all directions. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to do 2 more mantras after that, or chants after that. Chants, mantras, whatever.
And this is very, very interesting, ladies. And jump in here as you see free, because when I was reading those words, and it's a beautiful prayer. Our culture traditionally, when we we'll speak in Chamorro, or we'll say a passage or a prayer to reach out to our ancestors. Typically, it's to ask respect or to pay homage and everything. I like how you phrase it right now. It's like, ancestors, I'm calling on you. I need your guidance. We're soliciting their wisdom. The experience that they had going back hundreds of years, and we're actually asking them to help us, with their guidance. I think that's a beautiful thing. That's also very I believe that's. There's a lot of European cultures. There's a lot of, I think it's Scandinavian cultures or Nordic, Norwegian, I should say, that tend to do that, and they drop on, they're like, fathers, give me strength. Help me as I go upon my way.
Yeah, I think they took care of the land and they took care of the water and everything the way we should be doing it. And we do really need to go back to learning those ways so that we can have a healthier environment and we can be healthier as a people, especially if our health is, something we need to take care of right now. If we heal the earth, we heal ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Some a little wisdom from yoga about prayer and meditation. So when it's said that when we pray, we're asking the universe our big questions. We're asking our guides for what our biggest questions are. And then when we sit and we meditate, that's when we can get our big answers. So both the prayer and the meditation are important components to this. So the prayers and the mantra that we do set our intention. They solidify what we are showing up for when we go into our practice. And at the end, and when we have the time to finally sit and reflect after we put in the energy into the movement, into the prayer, into the breath, and then we just relax our minds and come into a sense of place and a sense of clarity, that's when we will receive, hopefully, a clear connection between us and our ancestral guides and our ancestral wisdom. It's also that's an ancient Chamorro cultural belief that still survives today, that our ancestors are with us, that they speak to us in prayer and in dreams and in the land. And I think this is a beautiful way for us to continue that connection between us and our ancestors and share that with each other.
May I ask, when you have done these and you've said these words, and then when you're immersed in in the moment and and during the practice of yoga, have you actually felt a connection, and have our ancestors reached out to you and imparted wisdom or given you some sort of gift like that you can take with you?
I would have to say yes, in multiple instances. There's not one specific moment that I could really sit and explain to you. A lot of the practices that I've had, especially with ancestral connection, were in the land. So anytime I would be hiking or visiting the jungle or asking, I mostly ask if for anything for protection and maybe a little bit of acknowledgement. And there's like little subtle cues in the world, like in the physical space that I'm in, where I acknowledge the presence of my ancestors and can feel them.
One time, just to add to Francesca's story, we were in Tinian. I was living in Tinian, and we were doing yoga all the time. And Francesca, spondylus is such a important resource to our people ancestrally and today. And Francesca never found a full spondylus shell. And after just asking the ancestors and spending some time in Tinian, she was given a beautiful spondylus shell that she found on the beach, just from trying genuinely to connect to the land and asking ancestors for that gift, and she was given it shortly after she asked, and on the island of Tinian, and it was her first time visiting there. So that was a really special moment that kind of displays and portrays that sort of ancestral connection.
And that is a virtue that lasts today as Chamorros, because we tell children all the time, if you want something, you can go up to an older person or your relative and make sure you ask, and ask nicely. Don't just assume you can take somebody's extra scoop of rice, or if they've got some candy, you can just take it. Just ask nicely, and they will be very generous and very benevolent. Okay, so my next question is, if people are really into this and they're like, this is such a great idea and I want to participate, I want to connect with my culture more, it's Mes Chamorro, I'm all about this, I want to share this with my friends. How much of a yoga rock star do they have to be already? Like, do they have to be on half the yoga level already? It's like, oh, I've practiced yoga for years and I can do everything. Or is this a very good introduction to yoga as well?
So the 108 sun salutations that we will be doing, if you decide to do it the full 108, which would include like 200 forward bends and 150 push-ups or something like that, you do not have to be at that level to participate meaningfully at all. We will be having 3 different yoga teachers. I will not be the only one. And we will do different variations so that you can tailor your practice to your specific level and to how you're feeling in the moment. And there's also the option, if you would like, to just come for meditation. that still is a huge offering of your presence, of your time, of your energy. You don't have to do the physical yoga at all. You can sit and offer pranayama, which is breath. You can offer chants. You can join mantras of the Marianas if you would like. There's more than one way to participate in this event, and the physical aspect is not the end all be all to be a part of it. And
Awesome.
if you want to challenge yourself, you can. And if you feel more called to do any modifications, if you feel more called to do pranayama or just meditation and mantra, then that is all up to you. We're going to leave all of those options open to our participants to do what feels good for them.
Okay, and I know we did have a comment in our comment stream. It was one of Disney's lawyers, and just to Katie's point earlier, we're not going to be chanting "Let It Go" from Frozen and everything. Katie was just illustrating. We want to make sure we respect copyright laws. And so,
I'm sorry
cool.
for my friend Jason, guys. I'm sorry.
No, I think.
I'm sorry. Did he mess this up?
This is a
Did you mess up their moment, dude?
No, this is a fantastic concept. This is a wonderful way for people of all ages to be able to connect with culture in a way that probably is not the traditional way, but certainly it's very, very effective.
Who took your rice, boy? Who took your scoop of rice? I had to look up, and he was saying something about ask nicely for a scoop of rice.
Yeah, ask it. That's a Chamorro. That's a Chamorro characteristic. If you say something, ask, but make sure you ask nicely. Don't just go over there and saki it.
Like my grandma used to say, if you're shy, you don't try. Hey, Monique, I wanted to, if we could, just maybe if you could put on if you guys could, because I know you're all probably with the MCCA, if you could put on your MCCA hats and could, you have any update for us on anything you guys are doing? Because I thought of you guys when there was snowstorming in Texas, because that was just like a totally crazy weather occurrence that, I mean, when we talk about global warming, there's also like global freezing that happens as a part of the global warming equation, right? So if you could, I just wanted to catch you up on anything you guys got going on.
Yeah, Micronesia Climate Change Alliance is very up to date, and we're part of a national network called Climate Justice Alliance, which is doing a lot of work to build resilience and give resources to those in need, especially in places like Texas and other places that are feeling the brunt of climate change and some of the impacts and weather changes that are occurring because of the warming climate and the changes that we're going through. And one of the things that Micronesia Climate Change is doing is flipping the script on traditional activism and doing things like this sacred activism where we're incorporating chant, we're incorporating yoga, we're incorporating holistic wellness into the ways that we want to move forward, because our community needs that sense of healing, and we can only really grow as a community if each of us individually is taking responsibility for our own bodies and for our own selves, and being more accountable to our health and the health of our surroundings and our environment. We're really excited too. Right now, we are expanding our network throughout Micronesia. We had our very first Pacific Climate Justice Weavers convening, and it's that the Pacific Climate Justice Weavers program is a year-long program with 9 people we hired throughout Micronesia to be the eyes and ears on the ground from the different islands of Yap and Pohnpei and the CNMI and Palau, to come together to strategize, to learn about different climate justice issues, and to learn about the just transition, which is a beautiful process and guiding posts for ways in which we as a region need to be building to be more regenerative and to be more aligned in ways that we've always have been ancestrally with one another, and just more reciprocal and more in tune and harmonious with our environment. And it's really beautiful to connect with different organizers and activists throughout our region, and to start galvanizing and amplifying our voices for our region, because we are at the forefront of the climate crisis, even though we don't contribute to the carbon emission crisis that we're also facing. And we, Francesca and Cami, we brought them back on board to produce a web series, which is going to be focusing on the plastic crisis and the waste crisis that Guam faces currently, and the rest of our region. We also spoke to lots of people throughout Micronesia to talk about ways in which the islands are all innovating to find solutions, and just the the point of crisis that we're in in regards to waste creation and waste management.
Right.
So that's coming out in April, and we hope to have it out and aired on KUAM as well. And we're really excited because we spoke to some amazing people, and there's really insightful things that we didn't realize that it's really important for our community to reflect on and know about. That Guam is like one of the top waste creators in the world. We're number 4 in waste generation. Each one of us creates 4.4 pounds of trash a day, and over 600,000 pounds of trash goes to the Lassen landfill every single day. And that's just an incredible, like, we can't even fathom that fact of how much trash we create every day.
Right.
And it's really important for us to be more mindful of that waste that we create.
Well, this is also kind of a off topic, but Francesca, I've noticed you've been taking some pretty epic pictures on your Instagram, but there was one in that you had captioned and made reference to this Guam fashion collective, and it said summer 2021. Is there anything you could share with us on what that's about?
Yes, I can. We just had our first onboarding meeting with some of the new applicants. So Guam Fashion Collective was started by myself, Abby from the Blue Latitude, Rakin, who is Rockin' Rakin on Instagram, and Jessica Kim, who is the owner and creator behind Julia and Jade. And there's also Joey from Tao Pacific Designs and Miracle. And all of us got together because we just are enthusiastic about fashion. And last year we had a lot of time, at least me, myself and Abby, we had a lot of time to brainstorm about fashion and dream about it. And we decided to collectively put our efforts together to put some kind of showcase together and encourage each other to create a full collection. It's my first time creating a full collection by hand. I just learned how to sew in the last year. So
Right.
it's open to anybody in the community who is enthusiastic about fashion and design and is looking for a platform to share their creations. And hopefully our goal is by next year to do a physical event where we have a full Guam Fashion Week. And we really want to encourage each other as creators and create this industry behind makers and especially around fashion, because it doesn't really exist here. Maybe there's a lot of small brands, but there's no fashion scene so far. So it's just us as creators wanting to encourage each other and create our own event. So yeah, that's really exciting. The goal, the timeline is to release a digital presentation by July of this year. So we have a few months. We're still looking at applicants right now. And hopefully by the end of this month, we'll have the full slate ready to go. And then we're gonna just help each other workshop our looks and find models and find photographers and makeup artists. So if you have any of those talents too, anybody listening, give us an email at guamfashioncollective@gmail.com, because we are currently creating a directory around all of these talented people. And we just wanna, find everybody in our community who wants to take part in this and do this thing together.
Awesome. Thank you. Keep us posted.
Yeah, thank you too.
All right, we got to run, but I just wanted to also commend you guys for, a lot of people talk about social media and influencers, and I mean, there's just all kinds here on Island, but I wanted to commend you guys for using your platforms to be voices for, social justice causes. Really, really respect and admire that from you guys. So, thank you so much.
And again, the Yoga Mala event is Saturday in Umatic, which is March 6th, and it's at the Fort Soledad area right above the Umatic Village.
Nice.
All
right, ladies. Katie,
thank you.
Francesca, thank you.
You as well.
Algo más. Moniaka, thank you. All right, there you go. Jay, good job there.
That was a really interesting topic.
Yeah.
A really interesting interview. I was wondering about that when they wanted to kind of combine,
It's interesting, yeah. I mean, and I like what Young BS said about the similarities between kind of like this new age yoga lifestyle and our ancestral Chamorro ways, because there are some intersections there that I think are very interesting. It's 8:42, Tuesday, March 2nd, here on The Link. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have the superintendent of Catholic schools, Dr. Juan Flores, standing by. Good morning, Doc. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
We're doing pretty good. Just wanted to catch up on Catholic schools, the situation, and I guess we'll first start with the Bree. What was it again? The ESF or?
Right, the Education Stabilization Funds. Do you have, I guess, an update? I know that when we last spoke, you were having various meetings with stakeholders.
Yeah, so last week we finalized the third proposal for the ESF2 funding. DOE received 110 million, I believe, and 10.6 million of that was allocated to the Catholic schools. So we went through a process of getting requests from the schools and then getting those requests reviewed by the Federal Programs Office. So we ended up with our proposal, and none of it is really final, because if there are some changes that need to be made, we can continue to make them. So I believe the proposal from DOE is going to go to the Fed sometime this week, and hopefully we'll get word on what's been approved. And part of what we're looking forward to is, to start the requisition process, so we can try to get things on it as soon as possible. But they all focus on the three areas: health and safety, obviously, social and emotional well-being, and then any activities that will help with learning recovery to help us catch up on what we've missed because of distance learning and because of some of the restrictions on the school. So those are the three areas we focused on.
One thing we also talked about when you were on was the ESF1, and I think you said it was estimated around maybe 1.5 million that was still left over, and you were going to make sure that all of that was spent. So
right.
Where are we with that?
So now, in terms of some of the things that we've put in requisitions for, like getting sneeze guards in the classrooms for the elementary schools, sneeze guards in the high schools for the cafeteria, HEPA filters that are going to be available to every classroom. The purchase orders have been distributed, and we're just waiting now for the vendors to bring those in. We put in a requisition for professional development for the teachers and staff on social and emotional well-being, including a process to just very casually keep track of where kids are and try to figure out if we need to address any specific issues. So we still have some funds left over. I think what we're going to probably do is add some requests for PPEs, because now that we're in session and using the masks and using the alcohol sprayers and using the gloves, we're running out of them, which is good, because that's why we got them in the first place. So we're hoping to maybe catch up on that, and we'll try to spend as much as we can. We might leave, hopefully we won't leave more than $10 left in that account.
Exactly. Are you still planning to do that study or assessment you were discussing last week, the archdiocesan study?
Yeah, we put in a request to try to get somebody to develop a criterion reference test to assess the extent to which students were able to continue to meet the archdiocesan content and performance standards. It's been recommended that go into the consolidated grant, which is another pool of money that we'll be receiving services from. We feel really strongly that that's kind of timely, so I've actually sent that proposal to Stephanie Flores at the governor's office to see if maybe the governor's office could help us with getting that set up and procured immediately, to try to get us to prepare for the new school year. The consolidated grant's a very healthy and very worthwhile fund that we take advantage of every year. The problem is that the next funding cycle for the consolidated grant won't actually start until October 1. So we're hoping to get as much as we can maybe done before the summer, before the end of the summer, with some professional development. So we help our teachers, help our students catch up on some of the things we might have lost out on.
Something you've also mentioned before was, problems with procurement. And I don't know if are you guys still waiting for some outstanding, I guess, products or anything like that that's supposed to be on Guam?
Yeah, and I guess part of it now is, even if a purchase order is presented to a vendor, the vendor then starts the process of ordering things, unless the vendors had supplies on the island. So what's holding up some of the things now are the shipment of things like the plexiglass for sneeze guards or the HEPA filters. We've ordered 390 classroom HEPA filters. I don't know anybody on Guam who has that in stock, so we're now waiting for those.
Have you had
now, some of the schools have actually purchased their own, because when we started school in January, a couple of the Catholic schools decided they were going to get it on their own, even though they've been requested from DOE because they felt they wanted them in the classroom right away. So hopefully the ones that we get will just supplement some of those that the schools already have. But, fortunately we've gone, I think last week was the end of our 6th week without a positive case in the school. So we continue to be really vigilant as far as, the social distancing and the masks and cleaning the schools. And that's especially critical now, because as things open up, families are exposing themselves to more activities and maybe to more people. And if we're not careful as far as masks and washing our hands and, keeping social distance, then both students and their families could be vulnerable. So I'm hoping all the families will continue to be really vigilant outside of school, because we're pushing to be vigilant in school when the kids are on campus.
Are you finding, Juan, that students are kind of struggling with the grades as you return to face-to-face, and also just, I guess, being in this pandemic? Are kids in danger of failing?
I don't know that I'd say they're in danger of failing. I would say that what's being presented to them, the teachers are working really hard to make sure the kids can achieve as far as what's presented. But we know that there have been limitations to social distancing, that we're not teaching as much as we used to, or we're not actually able to spend as much time as we used to. But whatever the kids are being presented, I think the teachers are holding the students accountable and helping to support them.
Are you aware if there's any studies being conducted on how students performed during their distance learning? And then maybe even
I'm not aware of anything that's been done locally. I'm not even aware of things that have been done nationally, except for some school districts and some Catholic schools have done their own assessments. And I think for the most part, the first grade teacher knows where the kids should be right now, right? And I would guess that the first grade teachers will say, while we want to play catch up between now and May, we know the kids are a little behind because we weren't in school as much as we wanted to be. And to be fair to the teachers and the students, the distance learning was a challenge. It wasn't the method that would produce the same results that they've had before. So I would say that we're probably going to find, even though there's no specific assessment, and that's why we want that assessment of our standards. We don't want to just say, oh, we think we're behind. We want some evidence that shows exactly where we're behind, so that when we start the school year next year, we know where to address those issues, because that's the critical thing now. If there were certain things the kids have been doing well, the teachers have been really successful, let's just continue doing it. But if there were areas in math and English language arts and social studies and science that have not been as productive as the past, then let's address those. Let's take them on. And also, maybe we need to find some new strategies to address those, because as I've said before, the old adage, we never did that before, it doesn't apply. And in some ways that's encouraging. because that means teachers are open to different ways of getting kids to learn. And they have been adopting those new strategies for learning, which is good, beneficial to the kids.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed just with my son, since he's returned to face-to-face, he's actually doing a lot better from face-to-face as opposed to the distance learning. So I was just curious.
You know, yeah, and I have to say that one thing that we should never underestimate is the role that face-to-face education is going to have on making sure we're paying attention to the social and emotional well-being of kids. Not the least of which, you know, in the past, both in the public schools and in the non-public schools, schools have been the places where concerns about abuse at home has been identified. And now that the kids in school, we actually can see if there are any concerns regarding what's going on with kids, and to support families who are struggling at home. So I'm not saying the academics that aren't important. Obviously, I'm an educator. I think academics are important, but I think the well-being of the kids right now probably will be foremost in the minds of the teachers.
Well, have you had any, that you can talk about? Because we saw on the public school side where there was a case, a really tragic case where a special needs student had informed school staff about some sexual abuse that was happening, and that it just cascaded into this whole, it was in the news, this crazy story. But on you guys' side, are you getting any of those complaints, Doc, that you can talk about?
Well, I'll be honest that we have had some concerns raised, but I have to also tell you that I have to be very careful not to lead anybody to any ideas about where those are occurring and how they're occurring. I want to tell you that one of the things that it continues to impress me about the teachers, they know exactly what to do. They know to go to the administrators, they know to play their roles as far as CPS is concerned, they know how to document whatever the kids are saying or the kids are reporting or what they're observing. But I won't talk about any specifics, but I will say that the schools are watching out for all of those situations. But at the same time, they're also finding ways to support parents who are struggling with some of the issues with the kids at home. Because it's all brand new. Kids going back to school is brand new. And we still have, even though it's a minority of the students, we still have some students who are staying at home with distance learning, although that number keeps decreasing every week.
Right. What I'm hearing from just some parents is that, especially in the higher grade levels, is when it was online, there was just a lot of assignments being given, and for whatever reason, students aren't able to get, face-to-face. You could say, hey, teacher, what's going on here? Can you kind of explain it? And so they were dealing with this high amount of assignments, and then boom, back to face-to-face, where we have students still dealing with the online backlog, are now struggling to adjust to just the new circumstances. Because I remember on the public school side, I remember last year there was this, and I know it wasn't like a written policy, but they basically, to paraphrase, decided, hey, this is a tough time. We're not going to fail anybody. Everybody kind of gets a pass, right? And I feel like the thinking now with the school, both on the public and the private, is that we're beyond that. Nobody's getting a pass anymore. Would you agree? And what would you make of that?
I agree.
Yeah.
And I think, Chris, the more important thing is, and I've said this to teachers I've come in contact with, you should never give an assignment for something that was never taught. Because an assignment is either reinforcement of what was taught, or it's a way of formative assessment of whether or not the kids learn something, right? So if you give them an assignment and they're not successful in it, then you've got to teach it again. And so giving assignments just for the sake of giving assignments is really not effective teaching. It's not a strategy that gets kids to learn. So I think now that many of the teachers are reassessing what those assignments are, because they're actually in the classroom. I would say that the students definitely have a chance to ask questions of their teachers and get the benefit of having their teachers explain things before they have to carry out their assignments. But I would say face-to-face teaching, it's a lot easier to hold kids accountable. To ask them, hey, how come you didn't do your homework? And if the student said, you know, I forgot my computer at school. Okay, so let's work on that problem. That's the issue. The issue is not, I didn't have internet access. The issue is, I didn't have my computer, or I didn't have a book. So we could address the specific reasons rather than just nailing the kids for not getting their homework done.
All right,
but I think we're going to try to hold the kids accountable, especially in the higher grades. And there are a lot of concerns about students being ready to go on to college or to go on to get a job or to pass the ASVAB or any of those things that high school seniors need to worry about. And actually the governor's office is working on what can we do this summer to help kids make up the gap from learning, and especially for maybe the 8th graders who are going to move on to high school, the 6th graders who are going to move on to middle school, or the seniors in high school who are going to move on to whatever post-high school program they're going to get involved in. We need to make sure they're ready. And I think that's something that I let Stephanie Flores at the governor's office know that we're happy to come up with suggestions, which I'm bringing up with the school principals this week.
Right. The world keeps moving. Juan, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, there he goes. Catholic School Superintendent, Dr. Juan Flores. There was a release that had come out from, it's one of these governor's office public health releases. Mass vaccination clinics scheduled to resume next week.
March 8th. COVID-19 mass vaccination clinic scheduled to resume March 8th through the 13th at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. That's Monday, March 8th to Saturday, March 5th. They're scheduled from 10 a.m. to 5:30, and will only accept those due for their second dose of Pfizer and Moderna. Eligible residents are advised to schedule an appointment online via Eventbrite. We'll post the link. It's tinyurl.com/liberateGU 2021. Once we get that QR code, we'll post it.
Just use the URL. The QR code works too, but just use the URL. tinyurl.com/liberateGU 2021.
Okay. Again, no first doses of either vaccine will be administered. Those will start on March 16th. Okay?
Right on.
And we are anticipated, I believe, to receive the 30,000 allotment.
By the end of the week.
Right, by March 5th. And so that 30,000, from what we understand, it's not, we're going to receive 30,000 every month thereafter. That is inclusive of the vaccines that we were short for February.
Right, because we were short for February because no one was putting aside doses. Right,
so last night it was 727 doses. That we were short. Right. That was the latest count.
It's 9 o'clock. We're KUAM FM, Agani, Guam on the radio side. This is The Breeze, 93.9. Coming up, we'll talk homeless with the director of the Office of Homeless Assistance, Sarah Thomas Netty Dog, again, right here on the link. Not word from our friends at Uno Go. You can use our promo code J.
Yep, so if you use LINK100, LINK100 when you check out from any of the participating restaurants at uno-go.com. Also download their app. They support PayPal, which guys like me like. I use PayPal all over the internet. It's secure. You don't have to memorize, yet another different password. So if you link your PayPal to that, really, really easy way to get a hot meal for lunch or dinner. And when you use the promo code LINK100 at checkout, you will get free delivery.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant. Hey, you. What if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Austin Saralou. Sad movies always make me cry. 9:06, Tuesday, March 2nd. Good morning. There's some things going down in Umatic, right, Bree?
The boat?
Well, Roman, they're having the throwing away party at, I think he said 4 to 6.
Right.
They're asking people to come out. They want to come and, what did he say?
Sling stones.
Rock and roll. Or
Rocket, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Umatic Bay, it's like all those stones, and so the slingers like to go down there and
Yeah, so that's between 4 and 6. I think you
Right.
can start gathering. I think the ship is supposed to sail by around 6 o'clock.
Right on.
So they're going to start slinging.
Sling down Babylon.
Yeah. It's going to be a cool sight.
It is. It's 9:06 here on the link, brought to you by East West Rental. Thank you so much for jumping on board. Carrier, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises. We also got Burger King presenting Cover Me coming up here. Burger King, they are doing breakfast, okay, from 6 to 11 in Hagatnya.
Wait, real quickly, the tribute is for the Ancestral Chamorros.
Thank
The
you.
Bon Voyage is for the Elcano. That's from Roman.
Right. And I know they're going to be slinging at the time the ship comes by, but they're not actually trying to sling at the ship.
I was going to say, wait, does the ship...
I mean, I would.
Is the ship aware of this?
Right.
Someone might want to tell them, too, that,
Right.
it's ceremony and it's positive.
It was so interesting to me because I was just thinking and joking around on my Instagram about, this whole movement to kind of welcome this ship back, given that traditionally during Mess Tomorrow, especially down in Umatic, we're doing a reenactment where we reenact when the Spanish came and burned the huts, and I mean, basically it was the beginning and the end of our people. But then I was sitting in church Sunday trying to reconcile my feelings about this Spanish ship and sitting in a Spanish Catholic church where they had on Sunday, they had a whole like prayer for the sailors on the ship. It was crazy. They did like this whole prayer, and then they brought in this other priest who did the whole prayer in Spanish. Yeah. And then they also, at the end of the Mass, they had some like people who I guess were affiliated with the ship. They came up and they took a picture with the Archbishop. So it's kind of interesting to me because, I mean, it is what it is, right? Students of history, what the Spanish did. But I feel like a lot of people maybe agree that the biggest thing that they did bring was the Catholic faith, which is so intertwined with our Chamorro culture nowadays. It's 9:09. Let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have standing by. She's the director of the Office of Homeless Assistance, Sarah Thomas Netty Dog. Good morning, Sarah. Unmute.
Buenas. Hey, Chris, Jason, Sabrina. Good to
Who is the young man with you there?
Hey, I want to introduce my senior social work student from the University of Guam. He's been like a godsend to me as we're starting the OHAP office. His name is Arthur Polino. Arthur, you want to say hi to everyone?
Of course. Hi everyone. Buenas and Hafide. My name is Arthur Polino, and like what Miss Nedog told you guys, I am her senior social work student at the University of Guam, helping her out.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna graduate in May, so we'll have another full-fledged social worker on the ground, and his experience with is that awesome?
Yeah.
His experience with the homeless program folks and the homeless themselves is a great experience for him. So we're happy that we're able to work something out with the University of Guam social work program. But thank you for having us this morning. Always. I always appreciate connecting with you all. Hope everything is good with you and all's well.
I want to ask Arthur, though, what's it like to go from the classroom setting where you're learning about a lot of these things that are actually happening in real life, right, on the island? So when you go from the classroom and you come out and you help Sarah with the Office of Homeless Assistance, what are you seeing out there, and how great is the need for services and just the need in general for the homeless population on this island?
Right. So far, based on my experience, really, the difference between learning things in the classroom versus experiencing the poverty and the homelessness in person is two different things. And I'm so happy to experience everything that I get to experience with OHAP, because I'm not going to lie, experiencing the homelessness and the poverty, takes a lot. It takes a lot of emotions and a lot of understanding to see how can we help further help these people and this population. And so far for me, really, our ideal goal for OHAP with Ms. Sarah is how can we help these people from their temporary shelters to give them permanent housing, permanent homes, help them to get back on their feet. And so far, I'm seeing how, as a social work student, so hard because, not everyone wants to change. Not everyone wants your help. And so, lately, we've come across some people in the homeless shelters, like global dorms, where, they like where they're at so far. They like the help that they're being given. And, they were sharing to us about some things that they want further help with, And so all I can say really is that I believe every social work student and probably every social worker needs to experience working with the homelessness at least once in a lifetime, not just to appreciate life, but to really see that on Guam, homelessness is a big thing, and that we really need to do something to help increase, help their life to get better. And that's why with OHAP, I'm happy to be part of that change, hopefully, And so yes, from the books to applying it now in real life, they're two separate things. But all I can say really is so far with the homelessness, All it takes is to be open, to say, yes, I want to make a difference in this population, and I'm going to do it. For me, I'm happy that I'm open to this population to help serve them.
What got you interested in this particular line of work?
So for me in general, really, I just want to take care of people. And as I got into the social work program, getting more into the teachings of it, I realized that I want to be an advocate to the marginalized communities and populations, such as, for me, the inmate population was one of them, homelessness. So I want to be a part of a change that not everyone is either comfortable to work with or not everyone is willing to do. Because, in social work so far, the popular fields to get into is mental health, victim advocates, but not everyone talks about homelessness. Not everyone talks about the marginalized group. And I want to be that voice, and not just a voice, but I want to be that action to help these individuals and families get back to their life. And if they don't want the help, then I just want to let them know that there's someone like me who's willing to help them,
Right, yeah.
Well, that's good to hear, because some people, might be, in your position, and where, they're going to work and look at the homeless situation and might be, scared, like, I don't think this is not what I wanted to get into.
Yeah.
But for you, it sounds like it has just fueled your passion.
Yeah. Very, very Christ-like.
To work even harder.
Arthur, to want to get down in the dregs of society and to make, and to me, that's kind of the root of social work, right? Is that you got to go to these places that, people just don't want to go to. And we talk about homelessness here on this show and on this station. I want to say that we were some of the first media, if not the first, to go out here and to interview these people standing on the intersections to kind of share their stories with people. But you know what I really fear, Sarah and Arthur? I fear that our people, in so many ways, we just get used to things. And I feel like right now, people have just gotten used to the fact that there's people right out here asking for money. There's like 4 people out on the street corner, different sides, different signs, and you see it at every intersection on the island. And I feel like a lot of our people have just got complacent and said, "Oh, that's just the way it is." Okay, and we don't even see them anymore, right? So we raise the visibility, but I just really don't want them to become invisible again. So how do we as a community kind of avoid that from happening, or keep that from happening?
You two, I just thank you for that conversation you just had with Arthur. I appreciate his sharing and your understanding and receptiveness to what he just said. So I think first and foremost, that sensitivity that the media has, that our community has, is really going to be important. So I just thank you. Just stay with us, stay with this issue of homelessness, because it's really going to be a concerted effort from the private business, from the nonprofits and the governmental entities to come together, and our general community members. And there are also people who are formerly homeless who provide consultation as well. So we have the Guam Homeless Coalition that is chaired by Samantha Taitano from Manetlu, and the Interagency Council on Homelessness that's chaired by our governor. So these 2 entities bring together all the providers and consumers, and again, governmental and nonprofit organizations. And OHAP's role in all of this is to be that coordinative entity that keeps everyone together, that brings everyone together and highlights the issues that we need to work on. For example, what policies or laws can we strengthen? What are some of the service provider priorities that we want to push? I so appreciate when you said that people are so used to seeing those that are out there on the streets, and that's called desensitization, right? Mm-hmm. People become desensitized because they see it all the time. And you're absolutely right. That's something we don't want to see. We don't want to see that people think it's okay and it's all right and it's not my problem. The other day, I had an awesome experience. I was at Global Dorms, where the emergency shelter is for those who are homeless, and it's there's a lot to be desired with that program. But the best thing about it is it brings people off the streets who could be exposed to all kinds of things, even more so now with the pandemic. So the idea is to bring them into a safe, healthy environment so that they don't have additional exposures to the pandemic, because being homeless and on the street, as you all know, already means they're exposed to communicable diseases, even non-communicable diseases, because if they're not being treated for high blood pressure or diabetes, then that can be exacerbated right from being out on the streets. But also they're subject to violence, and we hear this so often with persons that are coming in who are homeless, that they have been robbed, they've been assaulted. Things have happened to them that are not good, and especially when they have children. I mean, it's just heart-wrenching to see that we have children that are out there. So I believe that the way forward is for that level of concern and interest for our community, for our children, for our families who are homeless, that stop. When I was at Global the other day, I started to say, I ran into an old friend of mine, and she picked up a woman and her young daughter, and she fed them. She got them what they needed, showers and all of that. And then she brought them to Global Dorms. But, I just thanked her profusely for taking time out to do that, and oftentimes people find themselves homeless. They call it situational homelessness. And that's when you get evicted because you can't pay rent,
right,
or you have a breakup with a partner and, you're out in the streets. Those are situational. But of course, the issues of poverty are always going to be foremost. People just can't afford to pay for rent and to be able to take care of a household. And that's one. And then, of course, there are folks that have untreated behavioral health issues. They might have drug and alcohol issues as well. And sadly, there are folks who also are dislocated or disconnected from their families and their support system and from their communities. So dealing with those are, the first line is to get them into a safe environment, right? And then the second is to identify if they have any health issues, behavioral health or physical health issues that need to be addressed immediately. And then taking a look at what resources, like when I say resources, I'm basically talking about friends and relatives that might be willing to help support them in coming back to the home, to the family home, or back into the community. So finding those connections, because that support system is what's going to sustain them, their family, their friends, and their community. So we have a significant number of local people. I think it's over at Global Dorms. There's 100 and some people there, and
the capacity, right?
Pardon?
It's at capacity.
Yeah, there's 100 and some there now, and 100 and some people, and about 50 of them are adults and 60 of them are children.
Wow.
And about it's almost half and half that are Chamorros, people from Guam and from the Marianas. And then the other populations are those from our neighboring islands or from the continental United States. Mm-hmm. So we have a diversity, I suppose, of people, but getting them reconnected to their families and their communities and giving them a way forward, because some of them are not eligible for programming for, federal and maybe, both basically a lot of the federal programs.
Because
they
of
may not be for. So
because of
we
what,
have to
like convictions or something, Sarah?
Yeah, sometimes
okay.
that's what it's it is because if you've been convicted of a crime, you're not eligible to be in federal housing.
Let me ask you this, because this is something that I hear a lot whenever I talk about homelessness with people. Is you mentioned people from the continental United States, right? I mean, Guam is such a small community. We pretty much know everybody. Like some of these homeless people that I see, like I know their family, right? They fall out of their family. They're, for whatever reason, issues that they got going on. Family doesn't want them around. They got to hit the streets. But what about these people you see who are obviously not from Guam? They end up on the island and they're just like fresh off the plane, homeless. Like what?
Yeah.
How do they come here? And is there any truth to this idea that people talk about, where you have them and they break the law in some place in whatever town, any town, USA, and they're like, oh, one-way ticket to Guam? Is that actually what happens, or how do some of these like continental U.S. homeless, how do they end up coming on Guam, and how do they end up becoming homeless?
Okay, so I have in my 40 years of work, I have run across folks who have told me that they were given a one-way ticket from some state or some entity working with them to send them, to Guam, or sometimes send them to Hawaii. And the idea, from what I understand, is that they're being sent to a place where the weather is good, especially around winter time. There's so many homeless people who die or who are at great risk of death because they do not have adequate shelter and clothing to survive the harsh weather conditions. So there have been a couple of people that have shared that with me over the years, but there are other people who will buy themselves a one-way ticket to an island like Guam or Hawaii. And as you know, there are literally thousands of homeless people in Ayala Park and in at the beaches as well, right? So we do see that. And why they do that, from again, is because the weather is kinder to them,
right?
And it's harsh as the weather that they see. And they also, I believe, they hear about the generosity of the people here on island. And so that's a good thing. I do want to say, though, that there are some people who have money, but they do not want to, they don't want to be restricted or obligated to run a household, have their own apartment and pay rent and pay water and power and et cetera. And I have run across situations like that, individuals that feel very strongly about that. And I'm going to go back to some of the causal factors. Some of the reasons why people are homeless is because they might have an untreated behavioral health issue or substance abuse issue. And then again, not being connected to their families and their friends, to be with them and to give them feedback about, this can happen, we'll support you, come on in. And going to treatment is scary,
right?
And we have
Sarah actually had a caller on who has a question kind of about that. We're going to bring on Colleen. Colleen, welcome to the link. You're on with Sarah Thomas Nutty Dog, who's the director of the Office of Homeless Assistance. Go ahead. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Miss Nutty Dog. I had a question regarding the global housing. So I wanted to know, you mentioned that global housing provides a housing for the homeless to get off the streets. Does this also provide them with the resources to get back on their feet, and for those who actually have health issues and medical issues, and for those who have children, the resources to get back on their daily lives and by getting off the street.
Sarah?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you guys
She
repeat?
was asking that, you know, you guys provide a placement, housing placement for these homeless families, right? And then when you do provide housing for them, do you also provide those continued wraparound services to get them off their feet with, you know, job placement, helping their children with, you know, education, with their health issues, things like that?
Exactly. So Catholic Social Services has the current contract with the government of Guam to provide those programmatic and supportive services for persons that come into the global dorms or they're identified as being homeless on the street. So that's exactly what they do, the health screening, the evaluation to see what programs they need to be in to get the kids back into school if they're not in school. There's a lot of kids that are preschool age there, but they certainly have school age kids. So making sure that they're, you know, that they're attending school. And they actually took with the Guam Bar Association, I have to do a shout out to Jay Areola and the Bar Association, because during the holidays, they brought in several computers, and there was one of the rooms was converted into a learning center just for that reason, to get the kids to come in and do their homework and their searches and their participation on the computer so that they can maintain their participation. And it's also where the adults can do job searches or do any kind of research that they need to get back on the back into society and in employment and education. And there are social workers there that help facilitate that. So that's you know, it's a good thing that they're being brought in and they're being dealt with family by family, individuals together, because otherwise it would be really hard to find them on the streets. Although we do know some places where folks are living, and we're hoping that in the next couple of months, as we get our budget and our OHAP together, we're going to do even more outreach.
Do
and
you guys
I think
have any numbers in terms of how many families you guys have been able to place into homes, went from homeless to with a home?
How can I ask?
Oh,
first
okay.
of all,
sorry, Sarah. Hi, Colleen.
Hi, I'm sorry. Can I just ask another question?
Sure.
So how long does this program normally last for? Like, is this an extension for like a year, or do they have a limited time of how long it'll take them to get on their feet?
Good point. Colleen, do you know of an instance or something? Because if you do, just tell us and we'll you know.
No, I'm a big part of Simple Hearts Association, which is also a nonprofit.
Okay.
But we also did a homeless drive several times, and I've had many conversations with homeless women in general, and some who brought children and families. And I'm not gonna lie, it does break your heart, because at any given time, this could be me, you, or anybody we know, and it's heartbreaking. And I've had a conversation with a lady, and she asked me, Nan, can I have this blanket? And I said, you're more than welcome. And she said, because I live in the jungle. And it broke me, because you want to give and you want to help, but you have no idea how to. So is there, you know, there's a bunch of businesses, big businesses on Guam. Have anyone, or has there been ever like a proposal plan in bringing up not just a dorm, like the global dorms, but something bigger for where they also can house it separately. So I mean, I'm not too sure if the global dorms is separate for families and women, and then separate from men.
Right.
Yeah,
protection wise.
and
Colleen,
I'm
we're
glad
we're gonna let Sarah go ahead and answer. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you go.
Yeah, first I just wanted to point out because I'm glad Colleen brought that up, because this whole global dorms situation, it was only for under the declaration of the public health emergency.
Right.
And we're already almost a year into this. What is the long-term plan? Is there any discussions with like Colleen was saying, with the private sector, or just in general, what are we going to do when the governor lifts this public health emergency and there is no more global dorms?
Mm-hmm. Let me just share that there, in a community, ideally there's a continuum of services. So there's an emergency shelter always. There's always going to be people that are going to require an emergency shelter. They should never be there for a long time. They should be there for a period where you can do screenings and evaluations and make sure that they're referred to the proper entities. So that's the mechanism that we're looking at right now. That's what we're looking at, is how can we speed that up? How can we make sure that's really tight, so when they come in, when they present, we can rule out some of the things that might be issues that they need to deal with immediately. That's primarily their physical health or their behavioral health, and make sure that they get those services, and then do an evaluation on what other programs and how they can qualify or how they can be in permanent housing. It's always the goal to get folks from being homeless and on the streets to emergency shelter, transitional if necessary, but as soon as possible to permanent housing. So that's what we're unraveling now. That's really the role of OHAP, is to identify what laws and programs, where are the gaps and barriers, and to make sure that we get those addressed in the next 30, 60 days. We're also looking at an outreach center so that people can walk right in. It's like storefront is what we call it in human services, where it's right on the road, easily accessible and visible, where folks can come in and we can identify as soon as possible what's going on with them and how we can connect them or reconnect them with family and with the community so they're off the streets. And we're looking at anywhere, I've heard numbers from 2,000 to possibly 6,000 on Guam right now who are homeless or at risk of homelessness or are living in substandard housing. That's I can't tell you how many cases I've already seen where people are just living anywhere, shacks and just places that are not meant for habitation.
Right. We have another call here, Sarah. So we're gonna bring up.
Okay.
I didn't get your name, sir. Hello. Welcome to the link.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Guillermo. I'm very knowledgeable about the homeless. I'm a Salvation Army volunteer. May I ask Sarah, where is her office located, her contact number, or her email address? Because I was able to know the situations of homeless individuals or families in 20 categories on why they became homeless, because I've been interviewing them for the past several months.
Right. So you just need Sarah's contact info. Right on. Anthony, thank you.
There's another thing.
Okay.
Can I air something else? March 17 is National Social Workers Day. I'm coordinating a waving support that day across the IDC building and opposite corner right in front of Host 360 in Tamuning.
Oh, there you go. Sarah, did you know it's National Social Workers Day, March 17?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I might
let me just say that
do the waving at the Guam Behavioral Health entrance parking lot.
Got it.
By the way, on the ITC building on the 17th, it will be held. The time will be starting at 7:30 a.m. up to 9 o'clock a.m.
Anthony, can you email me that information? Sabrina@kuam.com.
Yes, and at the Guam Behavioral Health, probably we'll do that also, maybe in the afternoon.
Okay.
Right on. Thank you, Anthony. Email Sabrina, please. Sabrina@kuam.com. That's SABRINA@kuam.com.
KUAM, say that again?
Yes, KUAM.com.
.com. Okay. All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Anthony.
you.
Sarah could send you the info too, and his contact as well. Or if you want me to send him your contact information, I could do that.
Okay, we're connected with Teresa Ariola at Guam Behavioral Health. So yeah, no problem. I mean, just let them know that we are in. We just had a meeting last week with them, because they're obviously Guam Behavioral Health is a big part of how we're going to address this issue of homelessness on Guam. Them with public health and Department of Labor and several other entities. So thank you for the call.
Right on.
And just let you know, right now our OHAP office, we just were able to move in last week, and we just have a desk and chairs right now, but we're over on the second floor of the Addis building where the mayor's council is downstairs, next to Paradise Gyms. Those two buildings there. There's AM Insurance there, and in fact, Guam Behavioral Health Wellness Center has their program on the corner of downstairs. So we're upstairs in room 203F, F like in Frank. So this is just an administrative office. We're hoping to open an outreach center, as I mentioned earlier, where we're more accessible and visible in the community and to those in need. And we're praying we're able to get something in the next couple of months. Hopefully not more than, let's say, the next 2 months. Getting things through is not as quick as I would like to get things done. But there is a commitment, from the front office to move these programs and services. So that's definitely a plus for us. But we're making our way forward. Give us a call. The best number really to call for services is Global. That's Catholic Social Services. Mike Suzuki, Bo Solis. They're just awesome. They're doing their thing down there, and they're really working hard. They're at 477-9234. Sabrina, do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Did you? I'm sorry, Sarah, because I was doing things offline here. Did you talk about the new shelter? So we know we're at capacity. Lieutenant Governor has said that there have been efforts underway to secure another property for another homeless shelter. But he was saying that they're running into issues with these property owners jacking up the price or whatever when they find out it's going to be a homeless shelter. So where are we with securing another facility to house the homeless?
We're not there yet. You got the update from the Lieutenant Governor. The ideal situation is to have smaller shelters in different parts of the island, so it's not far for people to go, so that they, especially the kids, so they can continue going to the same school. And there aren't, when people start going back to school, of course, right now that might not be as big of an issue, but the ideal situation is having emergency shelters in 3 parts of the island, northern, central, and southern. That's the ideal. So we're looking at that plan and seeing how we can implement it. And it might be smaller, but it'll definitely be more accessible and closer to schools for the children, since we already know that our population has a high number of children. So we want to do that. We want to keep them close to their communities if at all possible.
Sarah, just for clarification, if the governor lifts the public health emergency for Guam on April 1, will people at the global dorms, will they be put back out on the street?
You know, that's a good question, and I'm going to get clarification because there's thinking that because it's funded by the CARES Act, that should not be an obstacle, and it's a technical issue that has to be. Hey, let's revisit this like next week, and I'll give you an update on that because it is something we're looking at. Is this going to be an issue? And prayerfully, it won't be. And there's also, local initiatives that we can figure out if worse comes to worse, right? But we can't just we cannot just throw them back out in the streets, and we won't. We're going to figure something out. Okay. Thank you for the good question, though.
Thank you.
Right
we'll
on.
definitely check back with you.
Yeah.
That was one of my. That's always been in the back of my head. Wait a minute, what's going to happen?
Right. Right. And April 1st is a month from now.
Yeah.
So there's reasons for having a state of keeping in a public health emergency, a state of emergency. It's it provides the resources to come to Guam to understand these costs, but we have to look at alternatives as well, right? When that runs out, because even in the best cases, that money is going to run out at some point. And if we're able to take this opportunity to develop programs that make sense and work for our people, despite the if the pandemic is not an issue or not, we still are going to deal with homelessness and folks who are at risk of poverty, right? So it's a time for us to figure it out as best possible. We have the luxury, so to speak, to have the resources and the people coming together to really think this out. We have some great people putting their minds to it. So I'm hopeful that in the next week or so we're gonna have some answers about next steps.
Right. Well, thanks, Sarah. I know you've been on the ground on these sorts of issues for years, so it's good to see that you're leading the charge on this.
Right
so
on.
you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay. Stay safe.
There you go.
Talk to you next week.
9:45. We're going to take a quick break. We're coming back with Link on Location, where Sabrina and I were able to enjoy some great creations, some elevated creations from Chef Terrence over at Pika's. That's coming up. It's 9:45 again. This is the Link. Good morning.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
In Nobu,
and
in
Nobu,
California.
right. And it's a really great segment here. Is Chef Terrence is really aspiring for some lofty things and pairing our great local produce with some really high-end imported products. And again, this is the Link on Location with Chris and Sabrina over at Pika's.
Hafe, I'm Terrence DeAnguro, chef at Pica's Cafe. I started off at Nobu in Los Angeles. Then I moved into Snapchat in Los Angeles as well. My cooking style is a little bit of everything, all the different cuisines that I've worked in throughout the time that I've been cooking. Everywhere from Asia to Africa to the Mediterranean. Creating the new menu, we started off by thinking about what local products we can get. That was my main focus, was seeing what I can do with all the local ingredients that we have. With our Vietnamese short rib, the pho, I wanted to basically take pho and turn it upside down. So on top of the meat, which is normally served in the broth, we're using the noodles. We've puffed them so that they are nice and crispy. Then we braised our Vietnamese short rib inside the pho braise, fish sauce, sugar, burnt ginger, and onion. And then we have all of the pho spices that we included into there. With our bacon and egg, the idea for that was kind of breakfast for dinner. I love Korean gochujang pork, so we started off with that. That was the first component of the dish that I completed. And then I decided to do a 63-degree egg. I didn't want the yolk to really be runny. I wanted it to be more of a custardy type of fill in your mouth. And then on the bottom we have grits. One of the things that I learned, or that I found in the States, was elote, which is basically like a roasted street corn. They top it off with the mayo that they torch, and then they add cheese on top of that. And then they usually add pepper flakes, but I added gochugaru, which is a Korean chili flake. So for our baked scallops, we decided to do a panko butter. Basically, we took soy sauce, panko, calamansi, our Nuski's bacon fat, and then we made a compound butter that we put on top of the scallops, and we crust it, and then we bake it in the oven until the scallops are done, and then we torch the top to kind of give it a little bit of a crispiness. And then we have our carrot pie, which is a little bit different than most traditional pies. I wanted to kind of come up with something that was kind of like pumpkin pie, but not as heavy. Carrot's a pretty good mimic of the color of our pumpkin, but it's not as heavy. We also have an elevated selection of wines that we're getting from boutique French wineries, out from French wines, etc. We also have a local lemon drop that we're serving with our dinner, which is made with local lemons, Tito's vodka, and simple syrup. We also are including with our meals draft beers from Guam Brewery. So we invited the Link team here to try out our new menu. I hope they enjoy everything that we prepared for them today. We have the short rib, the half scallops, bacon egg, and then the carrot pie.
All right, let's get into it now. Let's go ahead and try these baked Hokkaido scallops. I don't even know how you're supposed to eat it, but I'm just going to jam a fork. Bam! I really like the calamansi panko. You got that tartness from the calamansi. I'm gonna actually have another one of these just to make sure.
I like it because I can actually taste the smoked bacon.
Yeah, so there's that
really
smoke
good
in there, and I think it plays so well with the tartness and that citrus from the calamansi.
That's the Flintstone.
Yeah, this is the Flintstone. So what Chef Terrence had said was this was pho turned upside down.
That is really good.
I don't know how he did it, but each bite I taste like I'm like sipping the kadu of the pho. And then with that sweet potato, oh. Bree, I'm really excited about this because this is, what did Chef Terrence say? Breakfast for dinner, right?
That's not your mama's bacon. That's that's the real
I've
deal.
had a lot of pork belly, obviously. This is one of the best pork bellies I've ever had.
These grits with this 63-degree egg, it's a perfect combination.
Right on. Let's get into the dessert here, which is a carrot pie. Now I'm just gonna right down the middle. Look at that. Wow.
Carrot pie. I've never had carrot pie before.
I've never.
Have you?
It sounds great. You know what's really cool about this is Chef Terrence.
They grate like nutmeg and the spices over the pie fresh on the spot. What the?
I can't even believe that's carrot.
Wow.
Seriously, it does not taste.
It really tastes like pumpkin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or sweet potato.
It's delicious.
Same consistency.
One thing I love about pie is the crust. And I don't know what is in here, but this is, it's almost like got a carrot pie slash like a pumpkin crunch with this. But then there's also a little bit of a nod to carrot cake because you have this tangy vanilla cream cheese frosting. But it's light too, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so light, I think they should go grab me another one. Remember, they're doing dinner here at Pika's 5 to 9. You get live music from our friend Joe Guam on Saturdays. Man, it's dine in, it's great. Go out, take your other half. Come on out and get elevated, man. This is some high-end cuisine. There's a lot of great things on the menu.
A brand new menu.
Brand new menu. Absolutely awesome. Chef Terrence, this guy came up in Nobu. He was one of the chefs for Snapchat corporate headquarters, okay? Right. And he's looking to bring great Guam produce and the stuff we have here on island and pairing it with some really elevated and high-end products here on this dinner menu at Pika's. Bree, this is great.
Yes, please come check it out. Again, like Chris said, it's 5 to 9 p.m. And, you know, it's another great story of, you know, a local boy coming up and coming home.
That's
please,
right.
show some support.
Awesome. Pika's.
Thanks, Chef. Thanks, Pika's.
Right on. Link out.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Catch the link on Breeze 93.9 FM every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. with simulcast Mondays on TV8 and Tuesdays through Fridays on TV11 from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Chris and Sabrina connect you with the latest news and information of the day. The Link is presented by IT&D, Calvo Enterprises Inc., Carrier Guam, and East West Rental Center.
Tell you about this girl, yeah, she's so fine. And every single day she's running through my mind. And just wanna call her mine, because your smile makes my day, and you take my pain away. Oh, my darling, love me back, 'cause I'm gone, no more trying. I'm gone, I'm waiting for you, 'cause I'm gone, no more lying. I'm gone, I'm searching for you. Baby, won't you come over to my place, to my place? I wanna feel your embrace, your embrace. So baby, tell me now, tell me now. I wanna love you some way and somehow, because your smile makes my day.
KFC, Kids from Chook.
Take my pain.
Hey, Burger King presenting Cover Me. Let's go do that. We'll do that. Thank you, Burger King. And they kind of changed things up as they have a supply issue with their buns, and they're only open for breakfast 6:30 to 11 at Hagatnian Tumon. Micro Mall location is temporarily closed. Thank you to our friends at Burger King, where you can get the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper, both super Lent friendly, like super Lent friendly. It's 9:58. This is Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King with Antigo Figo. Prim. That's Tigo Figo. That was Chris Cruz of Inarahan, and I saw Noni Spumoni on the drums, and RJ from Love and Off a Day on the bass there. So, man, I don't know the other guy. Sorry, Cello. I probably know your dad. But that was Burger King's Cover Me. How was that? Was awesome, huh? Little medley. That takes me back to before COVID, because they were jamming in the pavilion, right? And so many, I remember, especially there in east side of Gotnia, there's always those few pavilions where bands would just jam back in the day. So Biba Mess tomorrow, yep. We're trying to do a lot of our tomorrow performances that we have in the archives. The archives. We got deep archives, so there's always more where that came from. It's Tuesday, March 2nd on The Breeze. We're KUAM-FM, Agotni, Guam, for Sabrina Salas Matanani, Jason Salas. Joe, sir, good job today. Right on, our guys in Master Control. Thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much for waking up early and jamming the link. Facebook Live. Appreciate you guys hanging with us, especially till the very end. The show has been brought to you by East West Rental, Carrier, ITD, and Calvo Enterprises. And another one. It's The Link. My name is Chris. Esta. Adios!